So our initial Week 14 NFL picks video. Can't wait to break down the games with our guest Andy Iskoe tonight. Before we intro everything, please hit like, subscribe, comment below, share this video. Visit the link in the description for the merch store. As always, I'm wearing something for the merch store. It is our May is Wrath Month t-shirt. You can get that as well as everything else at the merch store here.
When do you wear the Speedo?
Well, my Speedo days are over. I used to swim.
Might be good for marketing. You never know.
I don't know. Maybe, or maybe it'll be bad for marketing. I'll be so repulsive at my age. But no, I used to wear Speedos all the time. I swam for
get a professional model.
Yeah, we should. I'll hire someone to do that for sure. With our super chat money here. All right, so you can get everything here at the merch store, 20% off sale. You can change stuff to long sleeve, hoodie, women's tank top, infant onesie. You can change colors. You can go to Amazon, buy my books. The most recent one is Jerks of the College Years.
Did you say tank top?
Women's tank top, yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Is that controversial? Or?
Well, no, not at all. I'm just wondering if the 20% is material that comes off of the tank top.
Huh. Well, I don't know. I mean, it is less material. I think it'd be cheaper. I'm not sure if it's cheaper actually. I never investigated.
No, I mean you take your normal tank top and you take another 20% off.
Which 20%? That'd be
well. That's the question.
This is
maybe you ought to put it up to a vote.
Yeah, well, we'll get all the guys in here to vote, which was 20% off women's tank tops. That'll be interesting. So yeah, Jerks of the College Years. Also, safety and a field goal, which is a top 5 topic. Spoke about the NFL, mostly serious stuff, but some fun stuff as well. Also, please consider super chats, super stickers. That's the best way to support the show. Kevin Kovac's just been dominating with super chats, $100 over the past couple weeks. So thank you so much, Kevin. And we had John Sanders and Slew as well. And so just I want to thank you guys. I just can't say thanks enough because YouTube ads don't pay very much, and we really definitely need the help here. So also you can check out Andy's site, thelogicalapproach.com, and we're joined by Andy once again tonight on a Wednesday. Andy, how are you? And how's your week 13?
I am fine. Week 13 was generally good overall. Of course, the week 13 was the one that started on Thanksgiving, so Thanksgiving didn't start out all that great, but the rest of the weekend in the colleges and in the NFL did well. Of course, college season basically down to the conference championship games this weekend, plus Army-Navy the following week, and then the bowl season and the playoffs. And of course, we have a lot of critical games in the NFL this week, and we'll probably have critical games probably up to half the card coming up over the remaining 4 weeks after this week.
Yeah, week 13 solid for me. Not like amazing, but solid. We hit our pick of the month with Seattle, so that was nice. Missed on the Rams, unfortunately. Rams were just a no-show in that game, but we'll discuss everything here.
You should get that money back this week.
I think so. I think.
We'll talk about it then. But normally this would be a great spot for Arizona, but not with the Rams coming off of an upset loss.
It looks like we agree on that one already. So. What was your some of your top plays for last week? Do you remember for the NFL?
I know the one that I liked the best was Houston at Indianapolis to win straight up.
Yes.
I also had the Jets over Atlanta money line. I think those were. It's funny because I think my best plays this week are mostly late games.
Okay.
Last week they were early games.
Okay. Well, yeah, we'll get into it. I also like the Texans a lot. One great bet I had from that game, which I'm kicking myself for not betting more on, was Daniel Jones under 7.5 rushing yards, which was
with the leg,
that ended up being like the easiest bet I ever made. I don't bet that much on it, so hopefully they keep posting that number. Jason,
never regret never having bet enough.
That's
never regret that.
Yeah. Jason, asking anyone else with the bet connection keeps freezing. I'm not seeing anything on my end. If you guys want to let us know if something's wrong with you guys, or maybe something's wrong with Jason's.
I was having issues, of course, as we talked about before we went on, although it seems to be working now, is that my camera would black out or disconnect Actually, it was almost every 30 seconds or so. Right now, it's been on probably 3 to 5 minutes because I don't think it's gotten out since we went live. And I don't know what it is because I'm not moving. The camera's not moving. I'm perfectly still. I'm like a mummy. Only my lips move.
I guess that's the trick. Hopefully not. Yeah, knock on wood. It keeps going here. But yeah, I mean, we people viewing the show and everything. So I don't know what. Maybe it's just on Jason's end here. So all right, let's get into the games. The first one is a Thursday game. This is actually a natural game where teams aren't off 3 days of rest because both these teams played on Thanksgiving, and this is the way we discussed this ad nauseum. This is the way it should be, where teams coming off buys or coming off previous Thursday games. Cowboys at the Lions. The Lions are -3. It looks like Amon-Ra St. Brown has a chance to play. He's questionable. I don't know how much I buy that. It feels like he's either going to play and he's going to be limited when he plays, or this is just Dan Campbell playing mind games with Dallas. It's, I could be wrong, but that's
whose mind is he playing with? Not his.
Well, I mean, with the Dallas,
not Campbell's, yeah.
Eberflus is, Mike, just game planning for this game.
No, yeah, the impression I've been getting all week is that he will not play.
Yeah.
And obviously, with Laporta gone, that's a big loss.
It is. I think that we didn't see this that much in the Thanksgiving game. I think that they might put Isaac Tesla in the slot.
Yeah, that's what I heard also.
Yeah, so that could be good. I'm not too worried about that. I think Detroit's offense should be fine here, especially against the Dallas defense. It has been better, but it's still not that great. What I worry about is Detroit's defense. Detroit's defense has just been gashed by everyone they played, including Jameis Winston throwing to Darius Slayton and Wan'Dale Robinson. Like they haven't been able to stop anyone except for Mariota and the Redskins for a while. And we have this Dallas offense that's just on fire with Dak Prescott playing so well, with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, Javonte Williams running well, the offensive line's blocking well. It just seems like this Dallas team has been clicking since the trade deadline and since the unfortunate passing of their player Marshawn Nealon. I think this line's too high. I made this line Detroit -1.5. We're getting 3, which is obviously the most prominent key number. I like Dallas here, not like by a large amount. It's probably like a medium-sized play for me, but yeah, I'm on the Cowboys. What are you thinking for this game?
Well, the line, if you make it 1.5, it's basically a pick 'em, it's both teams need it. Realistically, as much as I like the Cowboys, it's going to be they're not going to make it as a wild card unless they win out and end up 6-5-1, so they'd have to be 11-5-1 for them to make the playoffs, and even then at 11-5-1. I guess with Philadelphia, they're 8-4 now.
Yeah.
And so basically Dallas is a game and a half behind, I think.
Yeah, game and a half, yeah.
A game and a half behind. Mm-hmm. Whether or not they can make that up is speculative, because I think both the Eagles and the Cowboys have relatively favorable schedules down the stretch. So the Eagles, the Cowboys actually have to make up 2 games, right? Because in other words, they have to finish a half game ahead of Philadelphia. It means they've got to win. If they go 4-1, that means Philadelphia basically has to go like 2-3, which is difficult. Detroit, of course, is battling with Chicago and Green Bay. Just for making the playoffs. Now, it's very difficult. I think we all agreed last week that whoever won the game between Detroit and Green Bay was going to go on and win the division.
Yes.
And obviously that was Green Bay. So Detroit, and of course they trail the Bears more than they trail Green Bay. And Green Bay is another one that has that tie probably working in their favor, because they, as long as they continue to have fewer losses than Green Bay, if they have the same number of wins as Green Bay, they'll win by half a game, because instead of having a loss, they'll have that tie, while Green Bay will have that loss. So it's an important game for both teams. The thing with Dallas is their defensive improvement has been significant. and Detroit's has been negative defensively. I break things down now at this point of the year. First half of the season, second half of the season. So that's 6 games 1 through 6 and 7 through 12. The offensive numbers slightly favor Detroit. They're plus 19 in the second half rushing the football, 19 yards per game. Dallas plus 9. They're 28 more passing yards offensively than second half versus first half. Dallas is just plus 2. But when you're talking about yards allowed, and this is significant, in the first half of the season, Dallas allowed 142 rushing yards per game, games 1 through 6. Games 7 through 12, 107. That's an improvement of 35 yards per game. That's pretty significant. Yeah. And then when you take a look at Detroit, they allowed 96 yards per game in games 1 through 6. That's up to 112 for games 7 through 12. So the defensive improvement by Dallas is being not quite matched, but closely matched with at least in the running game, the decline in Detroit. Go over to the passing game. Detroit, 213 games 1 through 6, 212 passing yards allowed in the game 7 through 12. So that's pretty much the same. Dallas went from allowing 270 passing yards per game to allowing 234 yards per game. So that's a significant improvement. So what I'm saying here, and I think the total yards will show it, on offense, Dallas is 11 yards better in the second half than the first half of the season. Detroit, 45 yards. But when you take a look at the defensive improvement, there's a 86-yard differential. Dallas is 71 yards better than they were in the first half. Detroit is 15 yards worse. So all these things point to Dallas. I'm just concerned about Dallas. I want to see. I didn't have my notes here somewhere, but the scheduling spot for Dallas. This is. I'm not going to say it's a game Dallas can lose because they really can't lose any game, but they're coming off of the home games against Philadelphia and Kansas City, which were two very important games for them. After this game, they host Minnesota and the Chargers. So it's it's quote unquote an unfavorable spot for Dallas because this is really their only road game in a sequence of 5 games. Detroit, on the other hand, they're in a little bit more difficulty and they play with a little bit more need because of the schedule. After this game against Dallas, 3 of their last 4 games are on the road. They're at the Rams, they're home to Pittsburgh, at Minnesota, and at Chicago. So to me, even though both of these teams have a chance at making the playoffs because of who they are up against in their division, with Dallas needing to basically pick up 2 games on Philadelphia, this game is extremely important for Detroit, or they may just play themselves out of the playoffs, especially playing 3 of their last 4 on the road. So for that reason, with this line at I think what was showing 3 pretty much across the board. Yeah. I'm almost certain I'll be on Detroit. If I'll almost certainly play the game, and if I do, it'll be on Detroit.
Okay, wow. It was 3.5.
But by the way, with reservations.
Okay. It was 3.5. I remember as late as last Saturday, which was, after both teams played. And then it was bet down to 3. So I was kicking myself for not getting the 3.5 because I like Dallas here.
Well, honestly, you may not. I mean, I'm very concerned about it. I'm going from the Detroit and Campbell with the losing back-to-back games and things like that and all that sort of stuff. Although obviously they can win, 24-23 and keep that winning streak alive, but not covering like they did the last time they came off a loss. But the thing is, and what's giving me all the reservations is, until I ran these numbers, which I did, I think, last night, I was not as aware of the significant defensive improvement that Dallas has made in games 7 through 12 versus 1 through 6. And, of course, right now Pickens is at the top of his game. He may be the best wide receiver playing over the past month or so. Dak is having really a good, they're saying he might win the Comeback Player of the Year award, and that could be if he doesn't win MVP, because he'll certainly be in the conversation if Dallas somehow makes it into the playoffs or gets to 10 wins and falls a bit short. Okay? Because really, I guess Stafford is the favorite, but the usual favorites for MVP, and by that I'm talking Mahomes, Jackson, and Allen, don't appear to be in that conversation this year.
Here's the MVP odds right now. Drake May actually minus
Oh,
125.
okay.
And Stafford plus 125. At Dak is 16 to 1. Love 16 to 1. So those guys are third and fourth. Jordan Love being 16 to 1 is kind of wild. Tied with Dak Prescott. And then Josh Allen's 30 to 1. And then Caleb Williams somehow has entered the conversation to 50 to 1. So
now, interestingly enough, what did you say Josh Allen was?
he is 30 to 1.
It's interesting because of all the teams, I think Buffalo has a realistic chance at running the table.
Mm-hmm.
However, it might not be good enough for them to catch New England, meaning that Drake May, as long as New England doesn't fall apart. And by that, I mean, at least if they win 3, if not 4, of their final 5 games. Well, actually, they only have 4 games left because they're on their bye this week. They're 11-2. That it might be that, well, Josh Allen's a known commodity and he had a great year. Look what he did down the stretch to lead Buffalo to, I guess, what would be 6 straight wins, I guess, with the win at Pittsburgh last week.
Mm-hmm.
But how would you not give it to Drake May, considering the great season that he's having? I don't know if it's quite the same season, but he's probably having the kind of year this year that Jaden Daniels had last year.
Yeah. I think, that's a good comparison. Well, the Patriots, after their bye, they play Baltimore and Buffalo in some order. If
they host Buffalo and win it. In fact, I think the game is next week.
Yeah,
I think it's New England hosting Buffalo. New England, I think, wraps up the division with a win.
Yeah, they do. So, if the Patriots lose to both the Bills and the Ravens, then I think that takes May out of consideration for MVP.
Well, it depends if they lose 23-16 or 34-30.
Sure, but if they lose both games and the Bills win out, as you said, then the Bills would be able to catch them potentially. I don't know what the other tiebreakers are, but they could get the.
Well, I think the problem I saw for Buffalo is that they have those 2 division losses. New England only has 1. Remember, the Bills lost to the Dolphins in addition to losing to the Patriots.
Right. So the Patriots play the Dolphins at the end of the season. So I guess it would take that or another loss, the loss of week 17.
Buffalo, I think, hosts the Jets in week 18. Yeah, week 18, if things go the way that the lines maker will probably expect them to go, week 18 is going to have a lot of meaningful games.
It seems that way, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of parity in the league right now. It's just no one's really running away with anything, except you could say Patriots right now. But
one thing, we knock the NFL for doing a lot of things that aren't good. But the one thing the NFL has done, and I give them credit every time I talk about it, having the season end with all division games.
Yeah, that's been a really good implementation for sure.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind seeing the last 3 weeks all be division rematches.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Because that would mean almost every division. You rarely clinch a division, with 3 weeks remaining in the season. And if you have the last 3 games all be divisional rematches. Let me see where we are here. Okay. All be divisional rematches. That increases the likelihood that the division races will come down to the last week.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, the wild cards would be determined not by head-to-head matchups between teams playing for a wild card, because you never know when they're going to be, but those wild cards will be determined largely by how these teams do in division play in the rematches over the final 3 weeks of the season. But the point I wanted to make is that I'm glad the NFL at least has the final week of the season being all division games. The one thing I don't like teams like the Giants and the Eagles playing 2 games against each other in 3 weeks. We're going to have the same thing with Baltimore and Cincinnati. I don't think Indiana and Jacksonville is that way, but there are the other situations. I think it's Philadelphia plays Washington, I think, twice in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, they do that all the time. I don't know why they do it. I hate that as well. It's so stupid. I don't know. Maybe they're trying to be like NBA, where they have those like home, like those back-to-backs.
Well, I guess the only thought there is, and it makes sense. I don't think they're smart enough to think this way, but if they did, it would make sense. You would like to have division teams meet as close as possible so that you don't have as many injuries that occur between the first meeting and the second meeting. In other words, you don't want to have Jaden Daniels play quarterback in game one and then play the Eagles the second time, 8 weeks later when he's out, as opposed to 3 weeks later or 2 weeks later when, yes, he might be injured in the interim, but the odds are extremely great that it won't be those two, won't be injured in the 1 week between the two games. Now, that would actually make sense because it would mean that it's a little bit more fair for division games to have the same personnel play than it is for, let's say, non-division and non-conference games.
You know what this Redskins at the end, Eagles Redskins reminds me of as this is anecdotal.
Well, if you're talking Redskins, it reminds me of 1999 because that's when that was their nickname. But go ahead.
Well, this reminds me of when I was a kid. I was a Sixers fan growing up. My dad got me into it. I like over the summer, I was so into it. I designed a Sixers schedule, so I did the whole thing. I showed it to my dad, and he like looks through it for a couple minutes, and he's like, "Where are the Pacers games?" And I'm like, "Oh no, I forgot the Pacers games." And so at the end, I just added at Pacers, at Pacers at the end.
Yeah.
Just like 4 games against the Pacers.
Like a playoff series.
Right, exactly. So it's like oh wait, we forgot the Redskins games. Eagles, Redskins, Eagles, like the end. Dak MVP seems like an outstanding bet at that price.
What'd you say he was?
16-1 right now.
And you said Jordan Love was 16-1?
Yeah, Jordan Love also 16-1. Josh Allen 30-1. Caleb Williams is 50-1. Is there anyone interesting?
I'll tell you what. You want to know the two bets that make sense? Love and Williams. One of those teams is going to win the NFC Central with a very nice record.
That's true.
I mean, Prescott, and it's not always the player with the better record. It sometimes, I don't recall last year. Did Buffalo have a better record than Baltimore?
I think they're both 13-4.
Yeah. Okay, that could be it. But because there are really no great teams this year. A lot of really good teams, I think this year this will be noticed by all the really bad teams that are out there.
There are a lot of bad teams.
Yeah, that are 3 wins or less. I think last week it was 8. I think it's either 7 or 6 right now, with one more week, having passed by. But I mean, the problem Dak may have is that the Cowboys might not even make a wild card.
Yeah. By the way, Bills 13-4 last year, Ravens 12-5.
Okay.
So, I think all these long shots are worth a chance here. I think it'll be the Mayor Stafford, but what if Stafford has some more games like he did last week? And
what if Seattle? What if Seattle catches the Rams?
Yeah, well, Jackson Smith and Jigba and Darnold are both sitting at 100-1. So I feel.
But Seattle, I don't know that if Seattle finishes first, that you would give it to Darnold.
Yeah,
you might give it to the receiver if he has 2,000 yards.
Yeah, Jackson Smith and Jigba 100-1. Yeah, I mean, although last year Barkley had 2,000 yards and he wasn't even in the conversation.
No, because you had the elite quarterbacks playing at an elite level.
Yeah, Dallas would need to catch Philadelphia.
Yeah,
for sure. Dallas can win out if they beat Detroit. Yeah, they can. Yeah, they can, and I think they can beat Detroit. So I have them beating Detroit this week. So
well, it's not a question about Dallas winning out. It's about catching Philly.
Right. That's true.
Because keep them well. Philly's 8-4 right now. Mm-hmm. Dallas is 6-5-1, so they could be 11-5-1 if they win out. Philadelphia would have to win 4 out of 5 because if they go, in other words, they would end up 13-4. If they end up with 12 wins, they'd be 12-5. Dallas would be 11. They would still win, I guess. If they go 3-2, they'd be 11-6. Dallas would be 11-5-1.
Yeah, and I mean we'll see what
I could see Dallas. I could see Dallas winning out, but yes, it would have to start with winning here. As I say, my preference is for Detroit, simply because, not simply because they have a lot of positives, but they're not playing as well as they did earlier. And Dallas is playing pretty much at the same level offensively that they did in the first half. Total yards 395, second half 387. That's virtually identical. But that 71-yard difference, that 71-yard improvement in defensive yards per game is significant. And Detroit is a little bit worse. I think they're 15 yards per game worse. But that 71-yard per game improvement is significant. But again, If Dallas wins and they put up 35 points or more in all 5 games, and they missed the playoffs because the defense gave up 32 points or 38 points, so they only won 3 of the 5. That might do it for Dak. But for example, let's say the Eagles go on and win the division. Is there anyone on that team this year you could point out for MVP? I can't.
No. Lane Johnson. I mean, he is the MVP of that team, but yeah.
In a sense, yes. But no, I'm saying that there's no one you can really point to on that team. Now, normally it's the quarterback. Last year, it should have been Saquon Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
When you do something at such a high level, that's rarely, if ever, done before. And I don't know that if he set the record for most rushing yards by for a season, if he did it in 17 games, I don't know that I would count that all that much. If he did it in 16 games, obviously I would, because that was the amount of time that the previous record was set in a 16-game schedule. That's why sometimes people overlook, oh, well, he just set a season record for so-and-so. Yeah, but he did it in 17 games. Now, if they do it in 16 games, I have no issue with it. But, when you do something that is historically significant, like, for example, that the receiving record in Seattle, I would make an argument that could be an MVP performance just based on doing something that nobody's ever done before, assuming that the team that you're doing with is a divisional champ, or at the very least a wild card that maybe won 1 or 2 games fewer than the number 1 seed.
Yeah, well, at the very least, they're going to give Smith and Jigba the Offensive Player of the Year award. So
you would think, yeah.
And
but I think that's because of MVP, because you have to wonder how many games Seattle would not have won were it not for all the yards and catches that he made. Now, you could say part of that is Darnold, but he had a lot of receivers to throw to, and for one receiver to rise above so much is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'm here stressing out about Offensive Rookie of the Year because had a 40-1 on Emeka Ibuka, and he's been like that. I don't know.
Yeah, Jonathan Taylor could have that kind of year. It'd be interesting if the Colts end up with the number 1 seed. You'd have to believe Taylor is going to be, if not number 1, number 2 in rushing yards. But it would also imply that Daniel Jones would have you would think, would have a strong finish to the season. And might they split the votes? I don't know. Did Hurts and Barkley split MVP votes last year?
I don't know. I'm actually looking that up right now.
No.
So let's see. The Saquon Barkley,
because I could see each getting some
third.
Votes.
Saquon Barkley was
even
third.
Though for the
Go ahead.
Where was Hurts? If he even showed up,
Hurts was not. 10th? Hurts did not get a vote.
Okay.
Hurts did not get a vote. So it was Allen, then Lamar Jackson, then Barkley, then Burrow, Goff, Mahomes, Daniels, Jamar Chase, Justin Herbert, Sam Darnold was 10th in MVP voting, and then Baker Mayfield got a.
Where did you see Daniels ended up?
7th.
He should have finished higher than that.
Yeah.
What he did as a rookie for a team that what were they, 6-11 or 4-13 the year before?
Yeah, something like that.
And got him into the playoffs. And forget what you do in the playoffs because that doesn't count in the voting. But that impressive upset win at Detroit rather, was very impressive, especially the way they did it, dominating. Yeah, Detroit had some defensive injuries, but you have a lot of defensive injuries. You don't give up 45 points.
Right, exactly. And I always we publish our own awards on my site. Mm-hmm. We've done that for
what do you call them? The Wallies?
Just the WalterFootball.com awards.
I like the Wallies or the Walters.
Yes, I've been doing it since 2000, so it's like been 25 years. I take everything into consideration, including the playoffs, including MVP for MVP, and we have a bunch of awards like. Give out like award for best positional players for each position. We have a bunch of stuff. There's the I don't belong.
By the way, Washington was 4-13 in 2023.
Yeah, I mean he really turned that franchise around.
And then they went 12-5 in last year with 2 playoff wins.
Yeah, it's a shame that he was so hurt this year. Like he got injured 3 separate times. Yeah. So, what are you gonna do? Maybe he'll come back. We'll see.
I don't think he's coming back this week. It sounds like.
I wouldn't think so either. But
He didn't practice, I think, yesterday. When up to today rather.
he was limited
Daniels.
today. He was limited.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't think they're gonna put him back, but well, I mean, crazier things have happened.
No.
So
At least they have a quarterback.
that's true. The awards, the Walt Football Awards are great. Look forward to them every year. They're always fun to write. We do like the I Don't Belong in the NFL award. There's like the
Did Eberflus win that one last year?
I don't know who won. I have to pull it up. Let me.
Although the title of it suggests that you're still in the NFL but don't deserve to be there. He was already out. Although you said he was an assistant coach somewhere, but I don't recall
Dallas,
that. No, last year you said.
Oh,
last week you gave the impression that he was an assistant coach last year after being fired. I didn't recall that, but it's possible.
No, I don't think so. I don't know where the.
Just think of it though. You can call them the Wallies, and then to the second place finish, you can give a Wally Wallop.
Wally Wallop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who did I put for I Don't Belong in the NFL? Let's see. There's Josh Allen. I Don't Belong is Daniel Snyder was I Don't Belong in the NFL award last year because they had new ownership come in and they
wasn't that a few years earlier though.
Well, I gave it to him because he exited, and then suddenly the Redskins they got a lot better. So it's like, hey, you don't belong in the NFL. So just
but didn't he leave the NFL like several years ago?
Yeah. I'm just saying that like he doesn't belong in the NFL because it's clear that like his under.
Okay, I thought it was based on your performance this year or lack of performance.
Yeah. Well, like last year was 2023 is Dave Tepper. Zach Wilson, 2022, Urban Meyer, Bill O'Brien. So yeah,
okay,
we have a bunch of like awards here. Free Agent Nightmare Award, the Backdoor Bandit Award. This is the guy who gets the most backdoor covers. Or whoever cost me the most money betting, basically. So.
There you go. Now we're talking.
Yeah. So
now we're getting down to the basics.
All right. Yeah. We have all these sort of things, so they're fun. All right. Let's get to the Sunday slate where we have the Washington and Minnesota. Minnesota's a 2-point favorite. To start the week, Washington was a 2-point favorite. So this is completely flipped. And I think it might be because JJ McCarthy was full in practice today. It sounds like
now that would cause it to flip from Minnesota being favored to Washington being favored.
After what Brosmer did with that underhanded throw for the pick six, he was so bad. So it's easy to just make fun of these Minnesota quarterbacks, right? Like,
now, by the way, the reason that I'm guessing it might have flipped, and I'm not quite sure it should be, is that perhaps they're thinking that Daniels won't be playing, and initially remember the thought was he would be playing this week.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the talk towards the end of last week, knowing that he wasn't going to play, but he would be ready. Yet at the same time, well, go ahead, talk about it because I'll mention it if you don't.
Okay, well, I'll touch on the Minnesota quarterbacks. So they've obviously been awful. Like McCarthy has been such a big disappointment. Brosmer was a disaster last week. But I think you have to look at whom they played.
Maybe they'll pick up the quarterback that the Chargers released today or yesterday.
The Chargers released one. Heineke.
Yeah.
You can't be worse, right? So they've gone against the two quarterbacks from Minnesota who are still remaining. So after Wentz got hurt, they went against the Lions, Ravens, Bears, Packers, and Seahawks. Those teams in EPA, defensive EPA, they're ranked 14th, 6th, 9th, 12th, and 1st. So they have not faced a
Who was that one who ranked first?
Seattle.
Seattle.
Mm-hmm. So they have not faced a defense worse than 14th yet.
That was what, Ravens?
Detroit. Detroit's 14th.
Okay. Where was the Ravens?
6th.
I have a problem with that EVA.
Well, that's after the starters came back. You can't based on what the backups did and like
even so they haven't they still give up. Didn't they give up what they give up one of those games 30-something points?
32 to Burrow, but they've clamped down on everyone else. They've been pretty good ever since they came back.
Check who they played. Miami.
Yeah, I'm sure, but they did play
Like
Burrow.
I say, I always have a problem where it takes 15 minutes to explain how you calculate something.
I guess so. I mean, Baltimore's defense is good though. I'm not like I wouldn't say they're bad. Um,
I would say
so
they're very much average.
well, even still, even if they're average,
Now, if you go, yeah, if you go by the normal metrics, which I know they have their flaws, they're easy to understand. But like any other stat, you can pick it apart because some things it doesn't include, some things it does include that perhaps it shouldn't. Let me see where their numbers are. Baltimore is 26th in yards per game. They're 21st in points allowed per game.
is that the whole year?
The whole year, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious about what week 8 onward when they had all their starters back, except for Matabuke.
Well, let me see. I did the thing before with the first half, second games 1 through 6 and 7 through 12.
Mm-hmm.
The Baltimore Ravens, yeah, they have they might be actually Miami has shown great improvement, but they started at a very high level. But so did Baltimore. I mentioned Dallas went from 412 to 341, which is 71. Ravens went from 380 down to 320, which is an improvement of 60. So they're one of about 4 or 5 teams that showed more than a 50-yard improvement.
Yeah, it makes sense. They've gotten almost everyone back, right? So let's say, for the sake of argument, let's say they're above average, or slightly above average, right?
Okay.
So my point is that neither Brosmer nor McCarthy has battled the defense worse than 14th yet.
Yeah.
Washington,
well, they will this week.
Right, that's my point. Washington is 32nd in EPA. Like it's not just like 20th, 17th. Like they are the bottom of the barrel.
Which means there could be a big gap certainly between number 32 and number 30, much less 32 and 31. But and actually the first half, second half numbers bear that out. Let me see if there's any team that's worse. Washington has gotten 63 yards worse. The only other team, Atlanta, 107 worse, which is why they've dropped in their ratings, and Carolina 76 yards worse. Carolina is probably the worst 7-6 team in history.
Yeah, I agree. We don't get to talk about them this week, unfortunately, but I guess we just did. But no, Washington lost some of its edge rushers, which I think is the reason why they've gotten worse. They get no pressure on the quarterback. Their linebackers are painfully slow, and they can't cover. So they can't stop the run either. They don't do anything well. So I think Minnesota should be able to put some points on the board here. I don't think they're going to score an insane amount or 30 or anything, but they should be able to score. And their defense is still pretty good. You saw what they did to Darnold last week. Seattle, which has had an
good offense.
Yeah, Seattle's had an explosive offense. They had one offensive touchdown last week, and it came at the very end. I think that they could put a lot of pressure on Mariota, and Mariota is one of those
Minnesota
quarterbacks
and using traditional yards measures number 10. No.
Right. And if like Mariota is one of those quarterbacks, when he's kept clean in the pocket, he can look pretty good. But when he gets pressured, his turnover worthy plays goes from like 1.4 to like 7.3 or something like that. It gets really bad, and his completion percentage drops 28%. So it's like one of the worst disparities between kept clean and in pressure. And he's going to see a lot of pressure from the Vikings with Van Ginkel and all their Jonathan Grenard and such. So
that's assuming, by the way, if Minnesota still plays. I mean, you have to wonder they have given up on the season. I mean, I understand why they did it, but you give up a guy like Thielen just like that. I know he asked to be released and all that, but I mean, what motivation does Minnesota have, especially playing in the division that they play in? They've got no chance at a wild card. They haven't been mathematically eliminated only because they haven't played enough games yet. But what are they, 4-8?
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't really doing much, Thielen.
He wasn't at all. He had like 8 passes caught this year.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that's a sign that. But isn't that a sign that? And it's nice that management did it. Thielen said he wants to have a chance to play for a team that has a chance this year. But it does send a sign to that's a sign to the players though that they've thrown up the white flag.
Since let's see if you can guess. Since the London trip that Minnesota had, can you guess how many games Thielen had where he played double-digit snaps?
Probably 0.
It was one. It was Thursday night
Okay.
against the Chargers. He played 12 snaps. The previous game against the Packers, previous game against Seattle, he did not play. And then against the Packers, he had 3 snaps.
There's
So
a healthy scratch this past week.
yeah, he's healthy scratch in the 3 snaps. So he was not doing anything, you know.
Yeah.
So I look, teams can quit for like 1 week, but I don't know. Maybe
I don't know when you're
week.
14-3 1 year, and
Yeah.
you might not even you might end up with the 4 without the 1 in front of it this year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's got to be demoralizing.
Sure, I would agree with that, but you know, I mean, you could say the same thing about Washington. They're 12-5, and now they're not in the playoffs.
Yeah,
so.
but they've had number one, they've had decent backup play from Mariota, however you want to pronounce it.
Or Mariota, as Chris Collins
Mariota.
used to say.
Okay. And you know, Daniels has missed an awful lot of time as well, as has McCarthy. But Daniels is a much better quarterback, and yet, you know, Washington. I don't know. I mean, it's a good point you make about Washington, also. But I'm gathering you like Minnesota in this game if you like anybody.
I definitely like Minnesota. I think they're the better team. I think they're better on offense and defense.
I
think
I don't know about offense.
Offense is close. I think offense is close. Defense,
it's not. It's not. Yeah, it's not close. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just can't lay points with Minnesota. Washington, at least Washington seems to be trying. Even what they did against Denver. See, I like the fact that they went for the win.
I think that game is just going to crush them in this game, though. They played 160 snaps in that game.
Yeah.
It's a grueling overtime game. They left everything on the field. I don't see how they get any energy left in this game.
I don't know. They got 6 days in between. By Thursday, they're feeling fine.
I know. I'm not talking like physical. I'm just like mental. Like it just like they played their butts off in that game.
Yeah.
It's almost like the Super Bowl. They lost. Like what do they have left? Like I feel like they don't have anything.
We'll find out on Sunday. I'm not sure I'm going to play it.
And
but I'm inclined to. Minnesota has no offense. They just have no offense. Yeah.
Well, they haven't played a bad defense yet.
Doesn't matter. When you score 0 points against any NFL team, that's pathetic.
Yeah, and they get Christian Darrisaw back this week. He's full, so they're going to have a good offensive line. They're going to have Jefferson.
One player's not going to make that much of a difference with the quarterback quality of quarterback Minnesota's going to throw out there.
I just think that we might see McCarthy's best game, just because he hasn't played any bad defenses yet, and this is the worst. This is the worst of the worst defense. I think he'll be okay. I think he'll be average in this game. Like, I don't think he's been great or anything.
Is this a game you're considering playing?
Oh, of course, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I love Minnesota here.
Okay.
Yeah. So I take you have no opinion on this, or
I lean Washington.
Okay.
Doubt if I'll play it. I might tease it if I feel a little bit more comfortable, because I could still see Minnesota having turnover issues offensively.
Yeah, I just don't see that against Washington's defense. It's so bad.
It may not be anything to do with the defense. It may be the decision making of McCarthy.
It could be. It could be. I don't know. I think Kevin O'Connell could have a good game here with McCarthy. Cocky says stay away from Washington. Tom, I thought this would be in your wheelhouse. 80% of the money is in Washington. Everyone loves Washington because they saw them compete with Denver. And they're like, oh, Washington 2-point dog, easy money. Like this, I thought you'd be all over Minnesota. I'm surprised that you don't like this game.
Well, I mean, it makes sense from that standpoint. Washington played a hell of a game, and Minnesota got shut out. You can't do any worse than what Minnesota did. So, if you go with the recency bias, you're all over Minnesota. I'm sorry, you're all over. Well, you're all over Washington based upon what you saw last week.
Right.
But what we saw was an anomaly for both teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's Minnesota. Nothing for me. Vegas is begging you to take the Commanders club. Yeah, they are. I don't know if they're begging you, but
no, I don't think they're begging you. Well, they may have been begging you when they made the line Washington 2,
right? Which
never made sense from the start. But the fact that it quickly flipped around, and it didn't take a lot of money to flip it around, now it looks too easy to play Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we get some word, and it may not come till Sunday morning, Daniels is playing for Washington.
Yeah, that would be the
now I was going to say, would that make a difference with your enthusiasm for Minnesota?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Daniels.
Would it take you off the play, or just have you reduce it?
Well, the line would change, right? So depends what the line would be.
Well, the line might go down to pick 'em, let's say. Maybe Washington -1. 2.5 is a small number. And you're talking, I mean, essentially, you're talking about Minnesota. Despite what you may think with the numbers and everything, 4-8, they're a lousy team, just like Washington.
I think they're better than Washington.
They're a lousy team. They're 4-8. If they were a better team, they wouldn't. No, if they were 4-8, if they were a better team, they wouldn't be 4-8. They might be 6-6.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, they've had such a tough schedule, and I think they are better than what the record says. But I think
it doesn't. But the name of the game is to win, and when you're 12 games into the season and you're 4-8, a lot of that just has to do with the talent on the team. You can blame it on injury, you can blame it on whatever you want. But if you're 4-8, you're a lousy football team.
Yeah.
By perhaps any measure other than that concocted EVA or whatever.
Yeah, I mean the EPA.
Because you know what, the lousier you are in theory, the easier it should be for you to beat the spread, because the spread keeps getting inflated because of how bad you are losing games.
Yeah, Tom says they almost beat the Mighty Bears. Everyone almost beat the Bears, except for the Eagles, at least.
Yeah,
everyone has almost beaten the Bears this year. That's a fraudulent team. Anyway, we Anthony Jackson's given us 2 super chats. I want to get some. Thank you so much, Anthony Jackson, for the $5 and $2 super chats. Pick 3: Mike Evans if he plays, Michael Wilson if Harrison doesn't play, Devon Vele, Troy Franklin, Mitchell. Who's Mitchell?
I don't know.
Mitchell.
The Andy Jets. Yes.
And Mitchell, Isaac Tesla, Jaden Reed. Well, Jaden Reed if he plays too. Lots of question marks here. The problem.
Well, Evans would be going against New Orleans if he plays.
Right. But you just don't know if he's healthy.
Wilson would be going against the Rams defense.
Sure, it could be garbage time in that game too. We've seen Brissett throw a lot in garbage time. We're gonna know the St. Brown news first, and so if St. Brown doesn't play, then I would put Tesla in there, and then just play from there. So if Evans plays, I think you have to play him, but I don't know if he's gonna be that healthy. And then if Harrison doesn't play,
the other thing is how much passing the ball will Tampa Bay do? They get a lead, they'll run. They can't afford to lose this game.
I agree with that. But they may not necessarily have a big lead. They almost lost to the Saints in Week 18 last year, so anything can happen.
Well, that was last year. How about earlier this season?
Well, earlier in 2024, they dismantled the Saints, and then they played a close game. Maybe the same thing happens. They dismantle the Saints, they play a close game. I don't know. It's hard to say what's going to happen. So I would go Tesla if St. Brown's out, and then if that happens, then I would go Evans if he plays, yes, and then Wilson if Harrison doesn't play. Now, if Evans is out, I go Wilson, and then probably Franklin, and then if Harrison plays, then you're down to, I would say, Franklin and.
How has the Tyrod Taylor Mitchell connection looked?
Well, through 3 games only. I mean, he had one great game. Mitchell was the only receiver last week to have 100 yards in the Sunday 1:00 and 4:00 slates. It's kind of crazy. Think about it.
Well, again, keep in mind they're still developing a rapport.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like the
and he becomes to be a trusted, and he becomes maybe about this time he becomes a trusted receiver for.
Trusted receiver, maybe, but for us, it's so hard to trust him because he's dropped so many passes. He's made a lot of boneheaded decisions. Yeah, maybe he's developing. I don't know. There's some upside there for sure.
And they are playing the Miami defense.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a plus. So
in cold weather.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we'll talk about that. So Mitchell, I would say if you can't do Evans and Wilson, then I would say Franklin and Mitchell. Yeah, that's what I would go with. So, and then Anthony's other super chat, Bo Nix or Jaden Daniels if he plays. If Daniels plays, I think you have to play him. I have Daniels in one fantasy league. I'm going to play him.
Well, I don't know. Is Daniels going against the Raiders this week? Bo Nix is.
Bo Nix is, yeah. Bo Nix against the Raiders the first time was horrible. He didn't.
Well, everything was a 10-7 game. I mean,
yeah, 10-7. Like, what if that happens again? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, Daniels is a better player, and so
Yeah.
I would go with Daniels.
But you also have to wonder how cautious they will be with him.
That's true. Yeah, but I still would like him over Nix. I don't hate Nix this week, but I don't love him either.
Sometimes when I got quarterbacks, well, you almost say with Nix, offsetting the potential rustiness of Daniels. Okay, in those situations I tend to look at the defenses they're going against.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, Daniels faces the tougher defense, but he's the better quarterback. So I'm going to have this decision.
Well, he's the better quarterback when healthy. Mm-hmm. We don't know what he is if he's coming back too soon or not.
Yeah, in one of my leagues, I have Daniels, and I picked up Caleb Williams because Daniels has been out. I had Brock Purdy, but now he's on bye. So I picked up Caleb Williams. So if Daniels plays, I think I would play Daniels over Caleb Williams. But
yeah, well, going up against the Green Bay defense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's close. It's close.
Well, yeah, you would go with Dan. Well, again, Daniels would be going up against a
Minnesota.
A good defense as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I just figured the talent wins out. But yeah,
the thing is, we don't know about Daniels. We don't know how rusty he will be. What the timing with the receivers will be. That's it. I mean, if this were his second game back and he was okay in his first game, it'd be no question.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's an unknown for sure. But I think you have to play to the upside, in my opinion. I would be upset if
when you play to the upside, you're basing on hope. Yeah, and that's not a very good way to do it, unless there are tangible factors that support it. No, I mean that's basically saying. Well, he's got a great upside. That's nice, but how capable is he of achieving it? He's more likely to achieve it next week after he's had a week of action than in his first time back. Now I could be totally wrong on that. He could pass for 320 yards against a very good defense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't.
Yeah, that's the question that I would ask. What Tom is saying right now.
So yeah,
same thing with the Giants, who with Darden almost had his head knocked off on that sideline hit last week.
Yeah, I don't know.
The guy's supposed to be your quarterback for the next 15 years, not 15 weeks.
15 minutes
in that game, but
that was crazy.
Yeah.
I have no idea what the Giants are doing. Another team we can't talk about because they don't play this week.
Yeah.
It's all the flimsy teams are not playing this week, so it's a shame.
Well, San Francisco, I wouldn't put in that.
No, and of course Patriots.
But Carolina, or New England for that matter.
Yeah, I know.
But Carolina and the Giants. Yeah.
Yeah. This is true. So okay, let's get to the next game. And thank you, Anthony Jackson, for the super chats. We have Dolphins at the Jets. The Dolphins are favored by either 3 or 2.5, depending on where you look. You get your pick basically.
Why?
Why are the Dolphins favored?
Yeah,
that's a good question. I made this.
I understand why they are. I do think it's a little bit too high because all of a sudden the Jets have been playing well on both sides of the football.
Yeah, it's crazy. The Jets traded away Quinn Williams and Sauce Gardner.
Yeah, that makes no sense. Maybe they were bad. Maybe they were distractions in the locker room or something. I don't know.
Maybe it was they have a new defensive coach. Maybe they're getting used to the scheme and stuff, and they finally did. And I mean, you have the numbers. You can.
And I don't know. Maybe the defense was saying Justin Fields is screwing us up. Let's make the quarterback change.
Yeah. That's true too. So anyway, I mean, I'm sure you're going to confirm with the numbers that the Jets have been better defensively.
I actually hadn't looked at that one yet, but I have it up here now.
Okay. Well, while you look that up, I'm going to say that the elephant in the room here is Tua Tagovailoa playing in cold weather.
Yeah.
Tua in 45 degrees or worse. He's 0-8. He's not won a game yet.
Well, that's not so much the 0-8. What are his individual contributions to that 0-8?
I mean, he's been horrible in some of these games.
That's the thing with quarterbacks. I mean, so-and-so a quarterback. Dan Fouts was 3-17 in such and such a situation because all he did was put up 40 points, but the defense gave up 45. And yet that's his record, but that's the team's record. He may have played great. We see that with so many times when they talk about quarterback records because it's, number one, I guess it's simple to explain, even though it bears no relevance or very little relevance or resemblance to the actual causes.
Yeah, we saw him in cold weather earlier this year against the Browns. He got benched. Now I know it's against the Cleveland defense, but still, he got benched. The playoff game against the Chiefs, another one that stands out. He was atrocious in that game. There's so many bad performances from Tua.
I'm not arguing against his performance. I'm just arguing against giving a quarterback's record without giving the context of how he's performed. You just gave the context in which he performed. The loss to Cleveland, for example.
Right. So
you did what they should do. When they explain a quarterback's record, tell us, was it his fault or was it the fault of his defense?
Yeah, I mean,
now the answer would be, well, if your defense gives up 21 points, you should be able to score 24. Right. Or if the defense gives up 6 points, you should at least be able to score 8, or 10 rather.
That's why you hear some of these stats and you're like, okay, well,
I have no problem with the stats, but you got to put them in context.
No, I agree. It's when like sometimes you're like seemingly irrelevant stats. You're like, this quarterback's 19-8 in November. It's like why? So what about December 1st? He's suddenly bad again. Like what does it?
Yeah. Well, I never like the fact that someone says, well, he's bad in September, okay, or October. Because some years there are 5 weeks in September, some weeks there are 4 weekends, and it's what makes more sense to me. And I do this. As a matter of fact, I have the numbers here if I ever need them this week. How have teams done in games 1 through 4, 5 through 8, 9 through 12? Used to be 13 through 16. Now it's 13 through 17. That's a lot more important than. But people understand. Well, he's lousy in September. Let me check the calendar.
Right.
It's a lot easier to check the calendar, than say, oh, is this game 5 or game 6?
Right. It's like,
it shouldn't be, but it is. What's that?
Yeah. It's October 1st. He's gonna be good now.
Yeah,
doesn't make any sense at all. No, you seem like even crazier stats out there. But anyway, I do like the Jets here. I think I don't know why Miami's favorite either.
That's a money line play.
Yeah, they won 4 in a row. I understand why this
4 in a row or
the Dolphins.
Dolphins okay,
yeah. Dolphins won 4 in a row. So
and that might be it.
Yeah, I would think so. And, people are thinking they're hot. Like, I think it's misleading. This team just sucks. They can't do anything well outside of Achane runs, and the Jets have been better against run. So yeah, give me the Jets. I take you like the Jets too.
I do, but I can support. Looking at these first and second half stats, Miami has made almost as much improvement as Dallas has, and it's across the board, offense and defense. Miami has improved 52 yards in their rushing offense from 1 through 6 versus 7 through 12. They've gotten 30 yards weaker in their passing offense, but overall that's a net gain of 22 yards. Defensively is where the improvement has really been impressive. They went from allowing 168 rushing yards per game in the first 6 to 106 in their next 6. And at the same time, defensively, they went from allowing 221 passing to 194 passing. So that's an improvement overall of 89 yards defensively, which is a little bit better than what we said with Dallas with the 71. And their overall total offense improved by about 20-something yards. Let's see, their turnovers weren't all that much different, but even their yards per play, the yards per rush defensively, we saw that big number. The 62 yard difference, 1.7 yards per rush better in the second set of 6 games, and 1.29 yards per play better defensively. So that somewhat equals the improvement in Dallas. The difference is that Miami's offense can't be compared to Dallas's. It might be able to be compared with the Jets, but the Jets' numbers have been very consistent. Now, obviously, there are spikes in these various games, 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6, whatever. But the Jets, 4 yards weaker running the football, 6 yards better at passing the football. So basically 2 yards worse in total offense. 2 yards better in total offense. Rushing defense, 2 yards worse. Passing defense, 8 yards better. I mean, you talk about a team that has played all 12 games very similarly on average. That's what the Jets have done. Now they've won 2 games at home. Aaron Glenn is getting a little bit more comfortable with being a head coach. It is hard to explain how those defensive numbers, even stay static, would be as good when you give up 2 players like they gave up defensively at the trade deadline. So maybe there was something internally going on that we have not yet heard. All that being said, I trust the Jets more at home because they've now won 2 straight home games.
Yeah.
And I think they were both as underdogs.
Yeah.
Because what was the first one? The Cleveland game?
Yeah, Cleveland, where they had 2 kickoff returns, and then
You're right, and then Atlanta last week, where they came back in the fourth quarter. So I do like the Jets in this game. This will be a play, and it'll be a contest play as well.
All right, we definitely agree on this one. All right, let's see if we can get the agreements to keep going here. The Titans are at the Browns. This line has risen to 4. I remember it being 3.5. So it's definitely gone up here. The Browns have suffered a lot of injuries in the past game. They lost multiple offensive linemen and like good ones too. So Jack Conklin, Wyatt Teller, like a lot of these guys have gone down. They didn't practice on Wednesday. So I worry about that for Cleveland here. However, I can't back Tennessee. They're just so atrocious, and unless they're getting punt return touchdowns from Shamar DK, they're not really doing much. They can't, and it was a big regression from Cam Ward last week, who for some reason he just didn't scramble. Like he scrambled 6 or 7 times against the team that you played in week 12. Week 13. Week 12. And then last week he only scrambled 1 time for some reason. I don't understand why he just would stop running. And even the coach said it was him running more was him developing, and then suddenly he just didn't run. So I guess it's Cleveland or nothing for me. I don't really like this game at all. I wouldn't want to take Tennessee, but laying 4 points with this dreadful offense, offensive lineman missing, I guess the defense could just carry them to victory. But this could be a very low scoring game. So outside with the Browns, what do you think about this game?
Well, I think the options are either you play Cleveland reluctantly or you pass the game, because it's very hard to make a recommendation to back Tennessee under almost every circumstances. You have the number 31 and 32 offenses in the league as far as total offense goes. Cleveland 258, Tennessee 242. Conversely, you have the number 2 versus the number 24 defenses in yards. Cleveland at 271, Tennessee at 346. But at the same time, despite the variation in those numbers, Cleveland's only scoring 2 points per game more than Tennessee. But I just mentioned that the offensive yards are very close, and defensively with the widespread number 2 versus 24, there's a 15 instead of a 22 ranking gap. There's only a 15 ranking gap and 5 points per game as far as what's allowed, and that's because Cleveland had some issues going way back as far as giving up special teams touchdowns and field position. As far as the numbers go, neither team is very good at rushing the ball, 27 versus 31. Cleveland better at rushing defense, much better at passing defense. And once again, on passing passing offense, these teams rank number 30 and 31. And I'm trying to guess who would be number 32, and that would be the New York Jets. But not this week.
Nope.
So that's it. Let me, since I have the numbers, I hadn't been doing it until this week, those first half, second half numbers, because sometimes they can be illuminating. And as far as Tennessee goes, they are 10 yards worse at rushing the football on offense. Cleveland's 15 yards better, half 2 versus half 1. However, passing the football, Tennessee's 31 yards better, but that was from a very low number, 150. They're now up to 181 in the second set. Cleveland is down significantly. Cleveland went from 191 passing yards. They are now at last 6 games, 128 yards per game. I don't have the ranking there, but that's got to be 32.
Yeah.
In terms of defense, they've actually had opposite results. Tennessee picked up 12 yards in defending the run, but gave up 17 in defending the pass. That's pretty close. Cleveland's given up 43 yards defending the run, but gained 26 yards against the pass. So nothing really that's earth-shattering. It doesn't necessarily make a case for Tennessee because even though they are improving in some areas, they had a really large gap to make up to show improvement just to average, and they haven't really been able to do that. So it's either Cleveland or pass. What do you show as the current total in this game? Is it like 37, 36?
I have a 34.
Oh, is it down to 34 now?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see what I have here.
DraftKings says 33.5, or FanDuel is 33.5 as well.
Okay, let me see. I have here. I'm showing here in Vegas almost 34 across the board. Pinnacle offshore is 34.5, but it's minus 17. Pinnacle, for Pinnacle, when Don Best puts the stuff up, Pinnacle has various lines like a point apart, and they switch the VIG minus 0.2 on the harshest line. Minus 0.8 as it gets a little bit more favorable, minus 15 at its most favorable. So it's really hard to see, with the Pinnacle line unless you actually go in and see what the adjustments are, because they all come within, literally seconds of each other when they move a line from, 3 to minus 3.5, 3.5 to minus 4, 4 to minus 4.5. So, yeah, I don't know that I could play this game. That's an awful low total, but it's not surprisingly low considering the quality of the offenses. As bad as defenses might be, and this is part of my argument in the Washington game, in Washington, Minnesota, as bad as offenses may be, I'm sorry, as bad as defenses may be, in what case of Washington, the offense is still, and the passing game doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to exploit a weak defense if you are a weak offense. Well, the situation here is that you have a really good offense against a really good defense in Cleveland against a somewhat below average defense in Tennessee, but you've got offenses that are number 1 and 32. How many sustained drives can these two offenses, regardless of the quality of the defense, although obviously it would be easier, more difficult for Tennessee going against the Cleveland defense than vice versa, because Cleveland's much better. If you're number 31 and 32, now I don't have the numbers in front of me, what's your third down percentage? Probably not very good.
Yeah,
unless you're 3 and out, or 5 plays and you're punting or something. So I can understand the reason for the low total, and I can also understand why it may still stay under. By the way, again, I'll point it out: games do not go under; they stay under.
They stay under, yeah. Exactly.
They start under and they stay under until or unless they go over.
Yes.
So don't tell me, or don't use. I'm very persnickety that way. Don't tell me that games go under the total. Now they do if they score a touchdown and they put it up on the scoreboard and then the official takes it away. But that's not really what we're talking about.
Yeah, I was about to say, until they change the rules and take points away from teams, then you can get some games that go under. So
I'll tell you what, it would be interesting if you lose a point every time you go 3 and out without a penalty playing in.
That'd be interesting. The Browns or the Titans
you'd have some teams with minus 3 points at the end of the game.
It'd be negative 10. 40 to negative 10.
Yeah. They lost today 27 to minus 14. Yeah.
That'd be horrible. All right. Anyway.
But that's too gimmicky. But the point is that when you do have a 31 and 32 defense, and let me just see what those yards per play are. Now those were I think no, those were not the second half stats. Those are the full season stats. Let me see what their yards per play are offensively. They've got to be pretty low. League average is 5.3. They are at Tennessee 4. They're both at 4.2.
Well, you can only throw so many screen passes if you're Shedeur Sanders. It's like all he does. That's like the only thing he does is throw screen passes. Cam Ward, it feels like Cam Ward just holds on to the ball. This could be Myles Garrett's single season sack record.
You could say, well, you need 5. He needs 4 to tie, 5 to.
He needs 4
break.
He needs 4 to break.
Okay.
Yeah, he's 19, and the record's 22.5. So.
They still give Gastineau credit for that. Sack.
Yeah. So this is this is the quarterback who holds the ball the longest in the NFL, and
what now? This is what the
quarterback who holds the ball the longest in the pocket. And you have no left tackle. This is
by the way, that's another thing that Ben Johnson has done. He's got Caleb Williams to show improvement in that area.
Oh yeah. Ben Johnson.
Now I know Evan thinks that Vrabel wins the Coach of the Year hands down.
Hmm.
I don't know if it'll be hands down. I think Ben Johnson's going to get a lot of support, especially if the Bears win the division and end up with like 12 wins.
Yeah, if they have 12 wins, I think he's definitely in the conversation for
Well,
sure.
by the way, the other thing to look at, and right now they are 1-2 in the division because they split with Minnesota, and they lost to Detroit.
Hmm.
And they got the 2 games with Green Bay coming up, including this weekend, and they have a rematch with Detroit.
Yeah.
At home.
Yeah. So yeah, it should be interesting. We'll get to that game in a second. We have another divisional game here. Steelers at the Ravens. The Ravens are 6-point favorites, 5.5 at FanDuel, but you have to pay -115 vig. But anyway, Lamar Jackson, we always wonder about his status because he went from knee to ankle to toe. We talked about that, how he's been DNP, then full every single week heading into the last Thursday game. There's a change, though. It's gone back to ankle. So we've gone knee, ankle, toe, ankle. The difference, though, this week is that he's limited Wednesday this week instead of DNP.
As opposed to not practicing, yeah.
Right. So that is an improvement.
By the way, what is the definition of limited? Is it based on snaps? Is it based on which activities you go through, or I mean, is there a definition, or is it just a generic thing that, well, he practiced a little bit, but not fully? He took some time away, and the second unit took over, and therefore he was limited.
I don't know. Teams don't tell us this. They don't.
No, I'm just saying that because we make it sound like, oh my God, he was limited, when in fact it may be a regular thing. Who's the one who? Which was the quarterback that never practices on a certain day? Is that Rodgers?
I'm not sure. I've seen. I don't think Rodgers has been limited every day. I don't know. Every certain day.
No, but I thought I forget who it was. I read it somewhere. Just glanced at it. That I think it's one of the quarterbacks in the league. I don't know which one. Not a backup or anything like that. That always sits out practice. Maybe it's not Josh Allen. I don't believe.
I don't know. But speaking of Rodgers, he did not practice today with his hand injury.
Yeah.
He's legitimately injured. It's crazy. I don't know if you saw the stat, Andy, but Rodgers did not complete a pass past the line of scrimmage until the third quarter of that Buffalo
I did not know that. No.
That's just horrible offense. It's just so abysmal. I don't see
things.
Now,
by the way, given that stat, what was that? Did Buffalo's defense have anything to play into that stat?
I would say a little bit, but
the oft criticized Buffalo defense.
Yeah, oft criticized run defense. Their pass defense hasn't been that bad, but I would say so. But I just don't think Rodgers is healthy. The offensive line can't block. He has no receiving threats downfield outside of Metcalf. I don't know why they traded Pickens away, but so like they could be in better shape right now, but they're not.
That must have been because Tomlin was tired of having all those non-losing seasons.
Right. Exactly. So yeah, I don't see the Steelers defense doing much here, offense doing much here at all, against the Baltimore team that's been better against the pass. And then on the other side, I think the mini bye could really help Lamar. He's not been himself, but he should be he can't be worse after 9 days of rest. Like he should be a little bit healthier at the very least, maybe more. Maybe
how about his decision making, which should not have much to do with the time off?
Well, maybe he won't have to make decisions because he would be able to hand the ball off to Derrick Henry because Pittsburgh's defense just allowed the most rushing yards to their franchise they've ever had against Buffalo. And now they've
wouldn't that be a source of embarrassment that would have them a little bit better prepared this week? Harbaugh's a good coach. I mean, Tomlin is a decent coach.
Yeah, maybe, but TJ Watt's injured. He didn't practice today. Derek Harmon's injured and did not practice today. His team has been horrible against the run all year. They haven't played well defensively for most of the season. So I don't know why suddenly things have changed here. They're going to play hard. I don't think it'll matter though. They just don't have the talent. I think Baltimore, especially with extra time to prepare for this game, just seems like the play for sure. I like Baltimore a lot in this game, and it's something you might hear. I'm sure someone on TV will say it. These games are always close. That's the case in Pittsburgh, but when Lamar Jackson has been at home against the Steelers, he has blown out the Steelers and more often than not. Actually, it's a pretty small sample size. But last year he beat them twice by 14 points. So
Yeah.
I like
Well,
I
yeah,
like
well,
Baltimore.
one of them was the playoff game, the wild card
Right,
game.
right.
Yeah.
So I like Baltimore here. Who do you like?
I like Pittsburgh. I like the
Okay.
close history of the series going back. These are the two longest tenured coaches in the league. I think
Mhm.
one's 17 years and one is in his 18th year or 18th and 19th, whatever it is. I've got the numbers here. The NFL's two longest tenured coaches meet for the 36th games, 36th time. Pittsburgh's Tomlin, 38th time actually they played. I didn't correct it. Uh, uh, Tomlin has a 21-17 edge in their previous meetings, including 2-2 in the playoffs. Both are tied atop the AFC North at 6-6. We'll meet again in Week 18. In the 38 meetings, 19, exactly half, have been decided by 3 points or less. 9 have been decided by from 4 to 7 points, and 10 by 8 points or more. So basically, 2 out of 3 have been decided in one-score games, and they had a long history of that. It's not been as significant lately, largely, I think, a lot because of Pittsburgh's quarterback issues in recent years. As far as that goes, they had Big Ben for basically the entire first part of the Tomlin career, and the Ravens had Lamar Jackson recently, and they had Joe Flacco for a number of years, and then a bunch of others in between after their Super Bowl win over brother Jim. The Ravens do have the more mobile quarterback in this situation with Jackson versus Rodgers. But these coaches know so much about each other, so much about the personnel because they've been coaching so long that this is just a sense here, and I have taken I actually took 6.5 with Pittsburgh in this one. I look for this to be a close game. Don't know what the weather conditions are going to be, but the familiarity these coaches have, and again, Lamar still has to prove that he's fully healthy. He's been sitting out practice with those 3 different injuries, and who knows if any of them is fully healed. Pittsburgh can apply a little bit of pressure, not what we would like to see, but the big enigma for me is Baltimore. I don't know what they're saving Derrick Henry for.
Well, in what sense? What do you mean?
Usage.
It's down. Yeah. I don't. It's such a weird game plan last week because the Bengals came in as the worst run defense in the NFL.
Yeah.
And they barely ran. I don't understand what they were doing. I would suspect that they're going to fix things. I'm sure they've heard all about it. So
Yeah.
I think they're going to run more. At least that's what they should do against that horrible Pittsburgh run defense. So we'll see. I think they'll run Henry more.
It just seems like the way Baltimore's been playing. I mean, Pittsburgh. Where do you have Pittsburgh ranked? As a B or a C?
I have them as a D.
You have them as a D?
Yeah,
I don't think they're quite that bad.
Well, what do they do well though?
Well,
outside of rush the passer.
What do they do well? They do well than most teams that are D and E teams or D and F teams.
I know. Honest the question. I don't know what they do well because
so bad those teams at the bottom, and there are so many teams. I'm saying. Let me see here.
For example, the Browns. Like the Browns, for example. Like I know the Browns do some stuff well. The
one thing that Pittsburgh has done well: run the football. Not run the football. Create turnovers, and that's pretty much about it. They're pretty good at avoiding turnovers, but yeah, their rankings are not very high. So I would say, well, let me see where they compare to the league average. They're probably slightly below. So maybe maybe they'd be a high C or a low B.
See, for me, I'm looking at this team and they have a quarterback.
The more I look at it, you're probably right with a C.
I look at this team. They don't have a quarterback who completes passes over the line of scrimmage. They can't run the ball. They can't.
That's one game. But he doesn't.
Rodgers
do many.
has done that all year. He's been getting rid of the ball so quickly because he doesn't get a hit. Like they can't run the ball. They can't pass protect. They can't stop the run. They can get to the quarterback.
You're describing the Raiders.
Yeah, no, but they're the Raiders with a better pass rush.
Yeah, but can Baltimore take advantage of it? I mean, Baltimore has the talent to be more than 6-6, and Pittsburgh probably doesn't have the talent to be 6-6.
I look at Baltimore as they're 6-6, but they're 5-1 ever since they got their starters back. No. So I think they're better.
Have they beaten any good teams in that period of time?
Who they beaten? Well, they beat Chicago without Lamar Jackson. So
Yeah.
I think that's given the Jackson to play, I think that's a little impressive. And they won by margin too. They won by they covered I think they won by like 9 or something. I can't remember exactly, but
Oh, they
and
beat Minnesota on the road.
yeah yeah right. So they who they played they haven't really like played anyone. They played the Bengals. They lost to them. The Chicago game was their one good opponent that they played. But
Yeah, but you don't like Chicago. You don't like their numbers.
I don't think.
But again, all they do is win, and we'll talk about that game shortly.
So I wouldn't say I don't like Chicago. I just don't think they're as good as the record says. I think they're a good team. I just don't think.
Well, you're putting a lot of emphasis in the Baltimore. Apparently, the way you think about Chicago, it's a win against maybe an average. Where do you have Chicago? Are they a B yet?
They're like I couldn't decide. They're right at top of C, but they could have been B. I couldn't decide where to put them. But like like I said, I think Chicago's a good team, but not a great team. So like they beat a good team without.
Lamar Jackson. I honestly don't know that there are any great teams this year. In fact, if you want to just base it on performance, you probably put Seattle up there.
Yeah, I mean, the Rams, Seahawks, I would say, are the two great teams this year.
I don't know. The Rams lost as a 10-point favorite to a Carolina team that is, 7-6. But where should they be based on? They've been outscored by 50 points with a winning record.
I look at that game, and we'll talk about that later, Rams later. Yeah. But I look at that game and I compare it to the Eagles-Panthers game last year, where the Panthers came into Philadelphia with a worse team than they are now, and they were one play away from winning. If Leggett had the ball in his hands in the end zone and he dropped the final play of the game, if he catches the ball, the Eagles lose. And so, would you say the Eagles not a great team because they lost to Carolina? You said it yourself.
No, see, I'm not downgrading the Rams. I mean, the numbers may downgrade them slightly, but I don't take anything away. Hey, do you expect them to? Do you expect a team? Any team that doesn't go 7-0, 17-0 has shown flaws. Right. Rams threw in their bad game last week. To me, the measure of the quality of a team like that is how they respond. Let's see how the Rams respond this week after suffering what had to be an embarrassing and unexpected and a loss that could have had and may still have potentially negative consequences. Let's see how they bounce back. Every team is going to throw in a dull effort or two. It's just the nature of football and the amount of energy and hits and violence that occurs in these games that you're just not going to be at your best every week.
Well, I was about to quote you saying, you brought up this a few times that every team will have 3 games each year where they play way above their level and 3 games where they play way below their level. And I think that we've seen that twice in the Rams, way below the Thursday game against the Niners. And then this game.
And even in the Thursday game against the Niners, they still came back and had a chance to win.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
the surprising thing about this game last week against Carolina is that it was 31-28 for quite a period of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Rams were driving. Yeah, the Rams were driving and they had the interception.
Yeah, and the Rams just couldn't get the tying field goal to possibly send it to overtime.
Yeah, it was a rainy,
it's not a concern.
Day.
Yeah, it was not played in the best of conditions, but there's a situation. It's like, and the other thing that I say all the time: when 2 good teams play, one good team's going to lose. When 2 bad teams play, one bad team is going to win. Mm-hmm. You don't necessarily, but you don't rule it out. You don't necessarily downgrade the loser of a game between 2 winning teams, just as you don't necessarily upgrade the winner of a game between 2 losing teams.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. Queen might be out this weekend too. Yeah, I mentioned TJ Watt, who did not practice today. No Derek Harmon. Patrick Queen is banged up as well. This Steelers team looks like it's falling apart. Patriots could be a great team. Kind of hard to tell right now. They could be. Yeah. I don't know.
They have some nice young talent.
Yeah, they do. Great coaching
on both sides.
Yeah, great coaching, great quarterbacking. Just they haven't played anyone except for the Bills and Buccaneers, but like they've won by margin in many of these games. Yeah. So I think they're a good team, but they could be a great team. Yeah.
They have a tough schedule down the stretch. Let's see how they navigate it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like coming out of the bye, they've Baltimore, Buffalo. That's if they win those games, I like, man, they have to be considered the Super Bowl favorites at that point. At least
Well, I
coming
don't
out of
know
the AFC.
what are their Super Bowl odds right now.
At least coming out of the AFC. Let's look. Super
Probably not
Bowl.
very high.
So
Single
the
digits.
Rams are plus 480, Seahawks plus 850, Packers 9-1, Eagles 9-1, Bills 11-1, Patriots 12-1, Broncos also 12-1.
I could see a play on the Patriots at 12-1.
Mm-hmm.
I could see it on the Broncos 12-1 because of their defense. But the reason why you might consider the Patriots, if they beat both Buffalo and Baltimore in back-to-back weeks,
yeah,
they will have won the AFC East. Mm-hmm. Number 2, they may have eliminated Baltimore from the playoffs. And number 3, those 12-1 odds will be, I'll say something like 15-2, 7.5-1.
Yeah,
maybe lower.
I was going to say 6-1. I think at that point.
Yeah. So if you think that the Patriots, as well as they've played, and remember they've already knocked off Buffalo on the road.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Baltimore certainly will know a little bit more because that game, they'll be playing in 2 weeks after the Patriots play Buffalo. So if you think the Patriots, I mean, think of it. You very well could have Baltimore, Buffalo, and Kansas City all miss the playoffs.
Yeah.
What I would like to see, and maybe you've seen it offshore, a sports book put up, how many of these 3 teams will make the playoffs? 0, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
See what that prop would be. What that prop would be. Well, that 4-pronged prop would be priced.
I'm sure you can parlay it. Let's see.
No, I don't. No, it's not. No, it's just a single prop. Which one of these 4 will occur? 0, 1, 2, or 3.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Now maybe you could parlay it with a prop that is not correlated. Like you can't play that prop correlated with the fact that you think New England's going to win. Let's say that you think that Denver's going to win the AFC West or something like that. They're starting to remove teams from the division odds availability right now.
Right.
You can't bet on Cleveland winning the AFC North. I mean, maybe there are some places that still have it up there. But yeah, so most of the good books don't have it.
You got this. What's that? 300 to 1 on the Browns. Yeah. You want to wager $10 on it? Win 3,000.
Now who's the one that's below that? Oh no, that's just another date.
Yeah, it's another. Yeah.
They should be ashamed of themselves putting it up there. Well, I'm going to take that back. Do they have anything up for the Giants or the Saints?
Giants are not here. And the Saints are not here.
Okay, good.
The Falcons aren't in here.
Oh, okay. No, apparently, well, I don't know why the Falcons aren't there, but I believe the Saints and the Giants are the only 2 teams that have been mathematically eliminated, and those are realistically the only 2 teams that should be off the board. If something cannot happen, you should not be allowed to offer odds that it will.
Yeah, Minnesota's
there are very
not
few
here
things.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah. Minnesota's not here for NFC North. It's weird that I guess it's weird. It's weird that the Browns are only 3 back of. I would say.
Well, I guess
yeah.
Are they listed or not? Yeah, 330. I think you said. Yeah.
The Browns.
My thoughts is that Atlanta may be mathematically eliminated, or let's say will be mathematically eliminated by the way that the schedule is runs out the rest of the way. They just haven't hit that part of the schedule yet that would mathematically eliminate it, but it's impossible for them to make the playoffs because of the combination of other factors based upon matchups between teams that are yet to take place, not necessarily involving Atlanta.
Right.
In fact, they can't involve Atlanta because Atlanta could still affect those playoff scenarios by winning. So the teams why Atlanta's off the board must indicate that the bookmakers or the NFL, whoever passes that information out, has analyzed it and said based upon the matchups between 2 teams. In other words, if we know that 2 teams are 8-8 and they're going to have to play each other in week 17 or whatever. One of them is going to win, one is going to lose, and that one that wins will have mathematically eliminated Atlanta, even if they win out. So, yeah.
Right. So, it makes sense. Yeah, the Jets aren't here for AFC East winner.
For AFC East winner, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, what I'm looking at the standings, I don't know that I have the standings or the teams eliminated from winning divisions. I do have them from being eliminated out of the making the playoffs. In fact, let me take a look at wild card. Yeah. Raiders are eliminated. I guess, from the playoffs at 2-10 they have to be. Tennessee's eliminated. Arizona's eliminated. New Orleans eliminated. The Giants are eliminated.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta is not eliminated at 4-8. But apparently, in fact, I looked this up today because I wrote up something about the wild card chances. Since the NFL expanded in 2021 from 16 to 17 games, only 6 teams have gone 10-7. Of those 6 teams that went exactly 10-7, only one has missed the playoffs, and that was Seattle last year.
Right.
So basically, barring something unusual, you lose that 8th game. 9-8 is not going to get you in unless you happen to win a division. Could be the case in the AFC South or the NFC South.
Sure. Yeah.
Or is the way the Eagles are playing in the NFC East.
That's certainly true.
That's unlikely, though.
I'll say this about FanDuel: they won't let you bet stuff that can't happen. Like,
no, that's exactly the point. Yeah.
Right. Well, I was playing around with this with Evan before the season started, and we're like, I wonder if you could do this because you can bet teams to miss the playoffs and make the playoffs. I'm like, let me try to parlay the Bills, Jets, Dolphins, and Patriots to all miss the playoffs and see if they let me bet it. And then
because that can't happen, obviously.
Right,
yeah.
Right. And it said that's not available. So that's
your answer. Yeah. Now,
Anyway,
I don't know if I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know if they let you. Do they let you parlay any of those combinations? In other words, could you bet the Jets to make and the Dolphins to miss, or do you not know?
Jets to make what? The playoffs?
Yeah, parlay to Miami not making the playoffs.
The Dolphins missing
because they're in the same division. Can you parlay teams won't in the same division? Kind of like what you tried to do, but not exactly that, because here we're saying the Jets are playing the AFC. I'm going to bet them to make the playoffs, and I parlay that with Miami to not make the playoffs. Do they allow you to do that?
We try to do that with all the NFC North teams because Minnesota's listed. This is to make the playoffs. Minnesota.
No, I'm just wondering if you can parlay.
Yeah, you can parlay. Yeah, Chicago.
No. In other words, if I wanted to do, like I said, Jets to make, parlay to Miami to miss, same division.
This is interesting. So, I'll
because there's a correlation because they both play twice. You're almost saying, if I'm saying that the Jets are going to make the playoffs and Miami's going to miss, it almost suggests I'm parlaying, or I'm counting on, it doesn't have to be this way, the Jets sweeping Miami. So the Jets get 2 wins closer to the playoffs and Miami gets 2 losses closer to missing the playoffs. I could understand if they allowed you to play cross divisions. Jets to make the playoffs, Steelers to miss the playoffs, Colts to make the playoffs, Raiders to miss the playoffs. Because some of those teams may not even meet in the regular season. So in other words, there's absolutely, there could be some correlation.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Jets and Miami, they each play each other twice. But they may, and I would think they might allow you to do it if the teams you're parlaying together do not face each other, or no more than there's one meeting between, let's say, the 3 or 4 teams.
This is interesting. So you can parlay Chicago and Minnesota to make the playoffs, but once you put Detroit in, it cancels it. You're not allowed to combine them. And if you remove Chicago, you can't even parlay Detroit and Minnesota together, which is very strange. I guess
you mean to miss?
To both make. But you can parlay Chicago. You could put Chicago in there. Let's take out Minnesota. You could parlay Chicago and Detroit. You could parlay Chicago and Minnesota, but you can't parlay Detroit with any of those teams. But you can't parlay Detroit with Minnesota. Is what I'm saying.
To both make the playoffs?
Yeah, because I think they're fighting for the same spot.
Well, again, that might be that when you play out the schedule, because of the division games that still have to be played, one or both of those teams could end up, say, with 9 losses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you can't parlay Detroit
especially with Minnesota. Yeah,
you can't parlay Detroit with Minnesota, Washington, or Atlanta, but you can parlay them with Miami.
Okay.
Yeah, which makes sense.
It's probably based on the fact that they've gone through it, which from a programming standpoint, is not all that difficult. It's time consuming probably until you get the hang of it, but it's probably exactly what you said, that those events, even though they haven't happened yet, are 100% to happen.
Yeah.
It's just a question of when.
Yeah, seems that way for sure. Okay. All right. Well, let's get going here. In the next game, we have Seattle. Speaking of, we're talking about Atlanta just recently. Seattle at Atlanta. Seattle's favored by 7. They were 7.5 to start the week, so looks like some money took down that line to Atlanta. I had a concern about Sam Darnold in this game because he had a toe injury. He suffered it late last week, and apparently he wasn't on the injury report today. So I guess it's not a concern. What I do have a concern with is the spot for Seattle, because they just had a big revenge game against Minnesota for Sam Darnold, and then after this game, they play the Colts and then the Rams.
And you know what the Seattle coach should be telling his players this week, or doing? Show them what the Rams did last week when they went to Carolina as a 10-point favorite.
I would think that would work, but then we saw the Eagles were a no-show after every single favorite lost on Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Well, maybe the coach didn't have a chance to work on a speech because it was so soon after the 3 maybe. But then again, and we'll talk about Philadelphia, but that's been a continuation of Philadelphia's play throughout the season. We are seeing that both Super Bowl teams from last year, the Eagles and the Chiefs, are nowhere near the caliber of team they were last year.
That's 100% true.
Not even close.
Yep. Luke says Falcons +7 is tempting. It is a little tempting.
For the first quarter. What I would think in this game, seriously, any play on this game involving Atlanta, has to be a reason to play against Seattle and not on Atlanta. There is absolutely nothing favorable about Atlanta. Even their defense, which I pointed out before, 107 yards passing defense, worse in the second half than the first half.
Yeah, it's I think this is
in other words, well, the thing is, maybe there's some reasons I haven't thought of, but the only reason for playing Atlanta would be it's a bad spot for Seattle.
Yeah, that's one of the 2 reasons I could think of.
What's the other reason?
Well, the other reason is nullified now because, like I said, Darnold had that toe injury. There's concern that he may not practice, but like I said,
Who's the backup? Who's the backup there?
Drew Lock.
Oh, okay.
So I was like, okay, let's see what Darnold's status is for this week, but he wasn't even on the injury report today. So I guess he's fine. So that's one of the 2 reasons is nullified. So Luke says I could see that point of view. Their stats of a team coming off a shutout win are interesting. Well, look that up when Andy talks. I'll look up that stat, see what that looks like. It is a bad spot for Seattle.
Was that the first shutout this year?
We can look that up right now. Actually, let's see. Killer Sports, and hopefully it loads quickly. Points equals 0 and season equals 2020-25, and let's see what it gives us. No, there were 4 shutouts this year. Falcons, Panthers, 30-0. Texans, Titans, 26.
Oh, that's right. Okay, let me see here.
And Raiders, Chiefs, 30-0.
After, let's see. Okay, yeah, scored or allow. Okay, this is interesting. And it might help your Minnesota play. Scored 0 points last game.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it's like 56% or something.
It's 3-0 this year. 1-0 as a home favorite, 1-0 as a home dog, and 1-0 as a road dog. Allowed 0 points in last game, which is Seattle. Is 2-1 this year. 1-0 as a favorite, as a home favorite. 1-0 as a road favorite. 0-1 as a road underdog, which I guess makes sense. If you're off a shutout and you're an underdog on the road, you can't be a very good team. You just got lucky.
Yeah, I'm seeing here.
Raiders shut up at Kansas City.
Yeah, since 2010, teams that are coming off a shutout victory, obviously
being shut off or shutting out the opponent.
Teams that just shut out the opponents.
Seattle.
In their next game are 39-40 against the spread. So
what are they as a road favorite?
Okay, let's type that in.
And the reason why that's important is, you could be a good team.
5-11. 5-11.
Okay, there's a negative for Seattle.
Sure, it's a small sample size, but yeah,
Yeah.
that is a negative. No, look, it is
What
a
about
bad
the
spot.
other way? What about the other way? Having been shut out, and now you are a. I would think, and I'm just going to guess on this, but if you have just been shut out and you are a home favorite, that you would have a good record.
So you just was shut out, and you're a home favorite or home dog?
Yes. No, home favorite like Minnesota is now.
Oh, okay. Home favorite. Okay, so previous points. Let's see.
Points scored 0.
Only 4-10 against the spread. That's not good.
Okay. Yeah, so
But they are 2-2 in their last 4, so that's nice.
no, but that's still a small sample. But
It's
what'd you say the first one was? Like 13-5 or 11-5 or something
5-11
for the team that threw the shutout.
5-11.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
And
no.
What's that since 2010?
2010. Yeah. So this is a bad spot for Seattle. It's 100% true, but they are much better than Atlanta. Just like if you look at the matchups, they win all the matchups. I can't find a matchup where Seattle is worse than Atlanta. Like there's no edge for Atlanta on the field. So
well, it's almost like your thought for the Baltimore Pittsburgh game.
No,
you cannot find a matchup that favors Pittsburgh.
Sure, yeah. But in that game, at least I think Baltimore is.
Well, you're playing the favorite in that one. Here, you're looking to play the underdog. You are looking to play. It seems like you are looking more towards Atlanta as an underdog that has lost every matchup versus playing Baltimore favorite, which has the edge in every matchup. It makes sense, even though on the other side it makes sense.
So, for me, I think that for the Baltimore game, Baltimore's matchups definitely favor them, but I think the spot favors them too because they're coming off a loss. Whereas,
so is Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's coming off a humiliating loss.
Sure, but Baltimore is a better team, and so like I would trust a better team.
Well, that's reflected by the fact they're favored by 6.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. But in this case, for me, Seattle's in such a bad spot. I'm trying to find some other reasons to back Atlanta. Like, I find some
to back Atlanta? I can give you a reason to back Seattle.
Well, no, I know reasons to back
Seattle. I'll give you that first half, second half. Seattle's defense has improved by 51 yards per game. Mm-hmm. Atlanta's defense overall, rushing and passing, has declined by 107 yards per game.
Yeah.
They went from allowing 265 in games 1 through 6 when they were playing reasonably well, notwithstanding the Carolina loss, to allowing 372 yards per game in the last 6 games, which is 108 yards less than Seattle has allowed over their last 6 games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't. I'm not.
And they blew last week's game at the Jets.
Yeah. I'm not going to dispute anything that, obviously Seattle's much better than Atlanta. But my point is that this is just such a bad spot for Seattle. That I'm like, okay, is there anything else that could favor Atlanta? Sam.
Well, let me ask you this question: would you consider playing Atlanta on the money line?
Depends. No, I don't know. Probably not.
Okay, so in other words, you are basically looking at this game as falling into the 18% or so of games where the favorite wins, but the underdog covers.
I don't know if
kind of like I'm doing with Pittsburgh against Baltimore, because I do not expect Pittsburgh to win that game.
Yeah, no, I don't know if I'm taking Atlanta. I like this. The favors the matches favor Seattle. The spot favors Atlanta. There's no real. I don't like. I'm torn on this one. Like I said, if Darnold had the toe injury and was just missing practice, then it could be like, okay, we have an injured quarterback in a bad spot, then I think Atlanta might be worth a shot here. But clearly Darnold has no issues because he's not on the injury report. So I don't know what I'm doing. Like, this is a non-play for me. I'm not playing this game. So are you playing Seattle?
I am thinking about playing Seattle because right now they are the number 1 seed at 9-3. Mm-hmm. And they play. Green Bay is number 2 at 8-3-1, and San Francisco, surprisingly enough, is 9. No, I'm sorry, I'm wrong here. Chicago's the number 1 seed. The Rams are number 2. They're both 9-3. Philly is 8-4. Tampa 7-5. Seattle is 9-3. tied with Chicago and the Rams, but the Rams have the edge because they beat Seattle and they're going to have a rematch. The point for me is that this is a critical game for Seattle. That bye in that first week of the playoffs is significant because only one team in the conference has it. So whoever they were to face in the conference championship game could have been playing for 11 straight weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Because they may have had an early to mid-season bye. Now, so that's one thing. I'm just wondering, what can Atlanta do to keep this game close? I can't see Atlanta winning. I couldn't see Carolina winning last week, obviously, but I shouldn't say obviously, but because I didn't play well. I didn't play on the money line. Let me put it that way. So,
right.
But no, it didn't pick. But I considered in fact, I think I didn't make the play, but I thought about playing Carolina plus the points. I just didn't pull the trigger on that one. But and the line is a little bit lower here. But Seattle recognizing, and again, this again somewhat offsets the negativity of the situation, because when you go out on the field to win, you don't say we're going to try to win by 3 as long as we win the game. We want to win by as many points as we can based upon the flow of the game.
Yeah.
Given the fact that they have been given new life and basically have caught the Rams in the standings for the divisional lead and play them at home in a few weeks, that is a strong motivating factor for Seattle, a tangible motivating factor. Because if they are able to win here, and let's just say the Rams, win their game at Arizona, they'll both be 10-3. They could be tied with Chicago, who could easily lose at Green Bay and be 10-3. Mm-hmm. So all of a sudden, Seattle realizes, hey, we thought we had to beat we thought that we might have to beat the Rams just to pull even with them in the standings. Yeah. Now, if we beat the Rams, we're ahead of them in the standings as long as we don't lose before we match up, or the Rams do exactly what we do before we match up with them. And we'll take our chances with Chicago, who's got not 1 but 2 games against Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and that's a good point.
I'm talking myself more and more into actually making Seattle a play.
I think you make a great argument for that. So yeah, I'd consider it. I'd consider switching. I'm not even switching. I'm not even sure where I'm going with this game.
Yeah, so. It's never easy to attribute certain emotional and tangible factors to players because we don't necessarily know that that's what's going through their mind.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's going through my mind if I were a player. But then again, if I were a player, I might not necessarily have this mindset because I would be conditioned to a different culture. Well, we don't think about next week or what down the road. We're thinking about this week.
Yeah. Also, as Luke pointing out, Drake London didn't practice today, so he may not be available.
Yeah.
Just a completely different passing offense with no Drake London. Although I'll say that the one thing I do know what I'm going to do in this game is bet Kyle Pitts over receiving yards, and I'm going to ladder because Seattle is one of the worst defenses against tight ends every week. So Hawkinson last week, like 55 receiving yards out of nowhere. Every week, Seattle gets torched by tight ends. We keep betting it too. Dalton Schultz Monday night, we had a big play there.
How by the way, in general, excluding the games against Seattle, how good are the tight ends that they faced? Are they average, or have any of them been? Because if they're average, Seattle may say, you know what? The opposing tight end isn't all that great. He's not going to be a factor. So let's take away the wide receivers, and if the tight end catches a few passes, he's so slow he's not going to get more than 10 yards downfield.
Well,
as opposed to say, for example, a guy like Kittle or a guy like Bowers.
Well, they played Kittle, they played Trey McBride, but they've also gone against. They played Trey McBride twice. Dalton Schultz, they played Zach Ertz. Juwan Johnson.
So it's been a mixture. It's been a mixture.
Yeah, mixture. Yeah. And they allow tons of yards every week to tight ends. Same thing last year. Their linebackers are great against the run. Ernest Jones, fantastic against the run. He can't cover in space, and the tight ends just beat them every time. So
let me ask you this question: if you have the answer to this, which might give also another perspective on this game, how many touchdowns have they allowed to tight ends, or is most of their yardage? Let's say outside the red zone.
I think it's mostly yardage that they give up.
No.
So I don't have that answer in front of me. I don't bet the touchdowns, I just bet the yardage.
No, I'm just saying because if we find out that they have problems against tight ends and they are scoring, more tight ends score, or Seattle is one of the bottom 5 as far as allowing tight ends to score touchdowns. That would be significant, as opposed to they're lousy against tight ends. Give up all the yardage you want, just don't give up the touchdown.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're just betting the yards, so that's all I care about.
But we're talking about Seattle having an issue against tight ends. Well, it's only a factor if they give up scores to the tight end.
Right.
I mean, they could give up a long play that sets the team up at the 5-yard line. They still have to score a touchdown, but it may not be the tight end who gets it. He got him in position, but he didn't close the deal.
Sure, yeah.
And maybe he wasn't given the chance to to close it. Maybe they felt something better, some better play.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's definitely true. Okay, let's get to the next game, which is Colts at the Jaguars. So are we fading the Colts again? We did last week. Both of us, we love the Texans.
I'm on the Colts this week.
Are you really? Yeah. I'm surprised by that because Daniel Jones did not look good last week. But
you take a look at the teams that the Colts just played. Last 2 games. Houston and was it Kansas City?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they take a step down here in class.
Maybe. Although I'll say this that what the Jaguars did at the trade deadline, I think helped Trevor Lawrence a lot because if you look at
he's been playing well.
The receivers that they had to start the year, Brian Thomas was dropping everything, and he still is. And then they had Travis Hunter, who did not know where to line up on some plays and caused delay game penalties. And now they have a professional receiver, Jacoby Myers, who does not drop anything at all. He didn't drop a single pass last year. Like, this guy is so dependable. If you think about like all the receivers that Lawrence has played with, he's played with some talented receivers like Calvin Ridley and Christian Kirk and the 2 guys now, Brian Thomas, Travis Hunter. Like, they all have their issues. Like Ridley was hurt for a while. Ridley also drops passes. Thomas drops a lot of passes this year. Hunter's hurt, didn't know where to line up. Kirk was hurt, always in and out of the lineups. Like, Jacoby Myers is like the first real reliable professional receiver Trevor Lawrence has had to play with, and he has done a lot better ever since.
I wonder why the Patriots ever got rid of him.
I don't know. He's overachieved everywhere he's been, no matter who the quarterback has been.
And at some point, it's not overachievement.
Yeah, no, I mean, in the public
it's just underrated scouting.
Sure, yeah.
When you overachieve, it means that we thought your potential was X, and you've been able to get Y.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe your potential all along was Y.
Yeah. I know. I compared him yesterday on the fantasy show that we did. I compared him to he's not like your best friend because he's not the most talented guy in the world, but he's your solid
he's reliable.
friend. Yeah, he's your friend that you
can count on him.
Yeah, if you need to move, like he's there for you. If you need a ride to the airport, he's there for you. Like that's it. Trevor Lawrence has not had that in his career, and he finally has that now, and he is playing better. And the Jaguars, this is another thing here. The Jaguars, the main thing they do best on defense is rush the passer. They have a good pressure rate. Daniel Jones can't move in the pocket. Like that's going to be an issue, I think, in this game. Also, I don't know how much this means to you, but the Colts have not won in Jacksonville since 2014. Like this has been a house of horrors for them.
Yeah, well, that's just another reason for them. And I'm not saying it's a handicapping factor because I was unaware of that. But, if you look at what does that mean? It means either Jacksonville's got their number, could be overconfident, or Indianapolis says, hey, we're riding along smoothly, and now we're playing on the road a team that we haven't won. We're going to be a little bit better prepared. Whether they can or will is different, but I would think that would be a motivating factor, the fact that they haven't had and they finally have a good team for the first time since Peyton Manning was quarterback.
Well, Andrew Luck, they've had good teams.
Yeah, they had Andrew Luck. Yeah. Well, how long has he been gone? Like 8 or 9 years, hasn't he?
Yeah, but when Andrew Luck wasn't even able to win there, So
I don't think he played. How many seasons did he play? He didn't play that many, did he?
When did he walk away? Was it 2019? Let's see, Andrew Luck career stats. I think it was 2012 to 2019, if I remember.
Oh, so that's 8 years.
2012 to 2018. So, so Andrew Luck, and he just never.
He started the losing streak.
Yeah,
because he had won a couple of games there, and then nobody has since then.
2014 he won there, and then ever since he lost. And they had Philip Rivers. He lost there. Remember that was that one game. I don't know if you remember that. That was week 1 where Philip Rivers and the Colts were 9-point favorites at Jacksonville. Everyone had them in Survivor, and
yes, I do remember that one. Yes,
yeah, the Jaguars won that game, and then the Jaguars didn't win a single game after that. So it's for some. I don't know why.
Wasn't that one that Indianapolis won the last game of the year, like the revenge game or something?
Yeah,
week 18 that year. What year was that?
That was 2020, I think. That was I think that was the year that the Colts came into Jackson. No, that was another year. That was the next year.
Jackson, right? Yeah, Jacksonville beat them 27-20 as just showing 8-point dogs in week 1, and then they didn't play again until week 18, and that was when the Colts beat them 28-14. Interesting enough, the Colts were 15-point favorites in that game.
I think what you're thinking of is the 2021 season when Carson Wentz was the quarterback, and all the Colts needed to do was win in Jacksonville in week 18, and they were like 15-point favorites, and they lost outright.
Yeah, that was the next year. But no, I was thinking about the 2020 season.
Yeah,
Because I was thinking about the year that you brought up. I think that was the first year of Survivor, actually.
Oh yeah, okay, that's funny. It's people. Hey, welcome to Survivor. You're gonna lose right away. I lost on that one too, so it's funny. Anyway, I don't know.
I don't think I lost on that one. Let me get my thing that I knocked off here.
Well, we run a Survivor contest on the site. I think we lost like 60% of our people on that one game. But anyway,
how many? By the way, how many of them came back the next year despite losing in week 1?
Oh, I don't know.
Or you wouldn't know. Okay.
I don't. I mean, we've had consistent user base, so I assume that they just kept.
Have you had growth year to year?
It's been up and down, up and down. Oh. Anyway, I like Jacksonville here. Sounds like you like Indianapolis, so you want to.
I don't love them. I just like them. I just think that Indianapolis. I understand the teams that they just lost to, and I think I was against Indianapolis in both of those games because I know I loved. I don't think I played the Colts money line. The city. I mean, I don't think I played Kansas City money line because they were favored in that game. Mm-hmm. But I know I played last week. We both loved Houston to win that game against Indianapolis. Now, by the way, if you looked at Jacksonville, what does Jacksonville rate in your, was it EVA?
EPA,
defensively?
EPA.
I would think they should. I would think they have a pretty good rating.
They're 19th in defense.
Okay.
I think their pass defense is not great. Their run defense is 13th. They're like top 10 in pressure rate, but I think their secondary is not good.
Yeah, let me see what I have their
something
raw numbers as, because I was surprised that their numbers are as good as they are. Using the traditional measures, they are better than the league average. They're number 11, allowing 312 per game yards total. 12th in allowing 21.1 points per game, which is about just almost 2 points lower than the league average. They are number 3 in turnovers per game at 1.7. Chicago remains the leader at 2.2. And let me see who number 2 is. 2 is Pittsburgh at 1.9 or 1.8. Let's see. Defensively, Jacksonville is number 1 against the run. Yeah, 82 yards per game. So that's interesting going up against JT. They are, however, 23rd against the pass, but at the same time, Indianapolis is 27th against the pass. So that's a slight edge for Indianapolis, although for Jacksonville, as far as the edge goes, but Indianapolis has the significantly better passing game. Looking at yards per play, Indianapolis has the better offense. Their differential in yards per play is plus 1.1. Jacksonville's minus 0.1, which is a significant difference. Yards per rush, Indianapolis almost a yard better, 0.9. They both allow just 3.9 yards per rush, so that's pretty even. Defensively, they are both pretty good defending the pass as far as pass completions goes, and they are above average in what they do on offense. Net turnovers +5 versus +6, so they're pretty even there. So the defensive numbers that I thought were really significantly better for Jacksonville are decently better. The concern about Daniel Jones, who's the backup there now?
It is Riley Leonard.
Oh yes, Mr. Duke, Mr. Notre Dame.
Notre Dame, yeah.
Not sure if I will play it, but I could see this being a situation where Indianapolis, because they are taking a step down in overall quality of team, will put forth a better game. But yeah, the caution is Daniel Jones and his immobility.
Yeah, that's a big thing for me. I'm going to be on Jacksonville. I
can't one of the
reasons
I liked Houston last week, and I think we talked about it, is that Houston didn't have to worry about Daniel Jones, concentrate on stopping Taylor, and force Daniel Jones to beat him with the arm, and he couldn't.
Right. I don't think he's going to do that in this game either. But yeah, we'll see. I'm surprised the Colts are favored. I would have made Jacksonville favorite here.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, but maybe that is telling us something that we just can't see. It doesn't appear to be obvious.
I had this conversation
because they're both 8-4, aren't they?
Yeah. But I think the Colts are viewed more favorably in the public size, I would assume.
Yeah, but and again, I can play both sides of the same, game here as far as arguments go. Jacksonville did beat Kansas City at home. Indianapolis didn't.
Yeah, it's true.
It's just one game, but in fact, let me see where I have it here, because I do have how these teams do against common opponents, and I think Jacksonville actually has a slightly here it is. They have not necessarily the number of teams, but the number of games, because there might be 2 in there. They have 8 games against teams that they've each played. Colts 5-3 straight up, 5-3 against the spread. Jacksonville 6-2 straight up, 5-3 against the spread. Average margin of victory favors Indianapolis by about a little bit under 7 points per game better than Jacksonville. Total yards, Indianapolis 24 yards better. Indiana defense, however, Jacksonville against those 8 opponents, an average of 85 yards less allowed than the Colts. Let's see. Average net yards, Indy -45, Jacksonville +16. Turnovers, net turnovers, Indy +7, Jacksonville, despite all their defensive touchdowns, -1. Offensive yards per play, Indianapolis about 1.15 yards better, about half a yard better defensively for Jacksonville. So I'm not sure through all that I can find a reason. When you look, you're talking 8 out of 12 games. You're talking about 2/3 of your schedule against the same competition. Jacksonville seems to have the better of it.
Yeah, no, going forward could improve because Sauce Gardner is lost for the Colts, and DeForest Buckner, his absence really affected the run defense. So
now that I'm thinking of it, much as I talked myself into Seattle, I'm talking myself out of Indianapolis.
Nice. Well, I mean, obviously,
that's what these good conversations are good for. Because we don't necessarily see things that the other person sees.
Oh yeah, I mean, you've talked me into
that are significant and have meaning.
Yeah, you've talked me into sides all the time.
And you have also convinced me of some things. Some things you say that I may not agree with, so I don't play seven. Other things you say, and I say, hey, that's now like a number 1 or number 2 factor.
Yeah, I mean, that's
what consultation's all about.
Yeah, so I love talking to you and Evan and Tom.
We all come from different perspectives.
Exactly. Yeah,
the 4 of us.
Great. Right. It's great to have this sort of these conversations all the time. So, yeah. All right. Let's get to we have 2 more games in the 1 o'clock window. We have Saints, the Buccaneers. Buccaneers are favored by 8.5.
I don't have much to say about this one other than if I played it, I would take the points.
I feel the same way. It's so tough to back the Saints. I did that last week with the Dolphins. That was an adventure. They were down 60-0. I thought that was
remember the Dolphins had been playing well.
Yeah, I just I consider the Saints and Dolphins to be close to even. Like the Dolphins a little bit.
I
Little
have
bit
I have the Dolphins as a better team.
I have them as a better team as well, but not by much. Maybe like a point or point and a half. But
I just don't have Tampa Bay as good a team now as they were earlier this season, and even then they were struggling to win games.
Is that because of the Mayfield injury, or
this even precedes that?
Okay.
Let me see the first and second half comparisons where. Okay, these are alarming statistics if you're looking at Tampa Bay.
Mm-hmm.
New Orleans, I'll just go with okay. They're gaining 38 yards less rushing, but they're gaining 20 yards per game more passing. Defensively, they're allowing 26 yards more rushing, but they're allowing 51 yards less passing. For a net offensive loss of 18 yards per game and a net defensive improvement of 25 yards per game. Not bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Tampa Bay, 1 yard per game better rushing, 76 yards per game lower passing. Part of it had to do with Mayfield being out. Mm-hmm. Defensively, which does not have to deal directly with Mayfield, 19 more yards allowed rushing, 33 more yards allowed passing. So, combine them together, Tampa Bay is averaging 75 less yards on offense and 52 less yards or more yards allowed on defense. That's a net differential of 124 yards.
Yeah, it's
between what they're not gaining and what they are allowing. That's hard to lay points with that kind of with that. I'll use the word current form as opposed to historical form. When you've got 12 games, obviously game number 7 and 8 is more long ago than games 11 and 12. Right. But it's still, if I look at current form, first 6 games, last 6 games, the current form is dramatically different. Now, there may be some individual games that they were better and some that they were worse, but on average, 6 games is a nice, decent-sized sample out of a 12-game sample to make comparisons, to have this much of a discrepancy.
Yeah.
I mentioned before that the Jets are basically even, okay? The Jets, second half versus first half, 2 yards more on offense, 6 yards better on defense. That's basically even. That doesn't mean that they may have been 80 yards above in one game and 70 yards below in the other, but it means over the 6 games in the first half and the first 6 games in the second half, they have basically performed the same. Can't say that about Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay's best football was in the first half of the season when they were winning games, but those wins were very close.
Yeah. Mayfield had all those close wins. Like they were for a while. They weren't beating anyone.
When they were coming from behind too.
Yeah, right. And now he's hurt, so it's not as effective. The defense has been missing players like Hassan Reddick's been out for a while.
But as we said before, the question is, can New Orleans offense take advantage of that?
It was like I said, I had a big play on the Saints. It was an adventure. Chuck got there at the end, even though he gave up the pick 2, which that ended up costing.
Which, by the way, but they covered the spread.
Yeah, right. I was doing the math in my head as the player is running back. I'm like, wait a second, can I still cover here? I'm like, okay, we're good. That was
it's a good. Intense. Well, what was the line on the game? Was it 5.5?
5.5, yeah.
Yeah, because they could have lost in overtime, just like it appeared the Commanders didn't cover in overtime after Denver scored that touchdown, and they got the. By the way, I will give Washington blame on this. Why did they defer? You should never defer in the NFL for overtime. Yeah. 2 reasons. Number 1, it's a 10-minute overtime.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? If there are 3 possessions, the team that receives the first kickoff gets possession number 3, at which time you score, you win. Yeah. The other team doesn't get a chance to match it if you both do the same thing in the first overtime and it goes to a second overtime. That's number 1. Mm-hmm. Number 2 is for a very similar reason. It's not like college football where it doesn't matter what the first team does. The second team's going to get a possession to either match it or exceed it and win the game, or it goes to a second overtime and a third overtime, or actually what I call the college football's versions of the hockey shootout by exchanging 2-point conversions. Just a 2-point play after in the first overtime, you can kick the extra point. In the
Mhm.
second overtime, you must go for 2. And then if they're still tied, you play, go for the 2 points, alternate. The point is in college, you always get a chance. So I can understand there where you might want to take the ball second because you want to know what you have to do. Okay. In other words, let's say you stop the first team. Well, then you only need a field goal. That's a different play set than if the first team scores a field goal, and you know that if you want to, you now know that you need at least a field goal to tie, and maybe you get a touchdown to win. And if the first team scores a touchdown and gets the extra point, now you know you need to get a touchdown. And those are 3 different strategies depending upon what happens. But you don't have that luxury in the NFL after you are tied after the first overtime.
Yeah, I mean, what if the team that gets the ball first uses all 10 minutes?
That's possible.
There have been 10-minute drives this year. Or
I mean, have there ever been a 10-minute drive in overtime?
I don't know about overtime, but I'm going
to ask this. Okay.
Here we go.
Okay, Google. In the NFL history, since they instituted overtime back, I think, in 1974, but when they limited it to 10 minutes within the last 10 years, has there ever been an overtime where one team had possession for the entire overtime and either scored on the last play or the game ended in a tie? Let's see what he says.
It's highly unlikely one team has possessed the ball for the entire 10-minute overtime and scored on the very last play for a win. If the first team scores a touchdown on their opening drive, the game now continues to give the second team a possession since a 2025 rule change for regular season, matching the 2022 postseason rule. If the first team scores a field goal on their opening drive...
Oh, that's really beautiful. Okay, Google, that's really great, but that's not the question I asked. I asked, has there ever been an overtime in which one team controlled the ball for the entire 10 minutes since the 10-minute overtime limit was instituted?
No, there has never been a single drive in the NFL that lasted the entire 10-minute regular season overtime period since the...
Okay, Google, why didn't you apologize for giving me misleading or incorrect information?
I apologize. I strive to provide accurate information and regret any instance where I gave you misleading or incorrect details.
Okay, Google, I now love you again.
That's kind of you to say. I'm here to help whenever you need assistance.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Sorry for that little diversion.
That's great.
But a little humor was needed.
That was awesome.
But no, the point is that teams in the NFL should always take the ball first.
Yeah.
And again,
100%.
it's for the reason that you mentioned, and that I was sort of joking here, is that, and I do believe it happened in the Dallas Giants game. I think they actually had 5 possessions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I think they both got stopped very quickly or didn't use a lot of time in their first 2 possessions. But normally, if a game ends in a tie or is decided late, it's no more than a 3rd possession. The team that got the ball first does whatever they do. The team that then gets it second now matches that, and then the 3rd team either runs out the clock because they can't get a score, or they get a score and wins. I don't know if there have been. Now that was a rule change this year, right? Where if the team scores a touchdown, you now get a chance to match it, or even if they get a field goal, can they still get a second possession, don't they?
Well, if they kick a field goal, the other team gets to score. If they kick a field goal as well, then it keeps going.
Then it's sudden death. Yeah,
right,
then sudden death. Yeah. So it is important to note that, and I don't know how much it really can help in your handicapping, because I mean I know that you can now actually some places now you can bet on whether or not a specific game will end in a tie, or will go to overtime. I think. I don't know it's kind of like in baseball. You used to be able to bet, will there be a no-hitter thrown today? And you have action on all 15 games, as opposed to, will the Dodgers be involved in a no-hit game? Either they throw it or they're victims of it. And I think that there are some places I don't aware of, although I think Circa does it on an individual game basis. but I don't know if they do it on a collective basis, as in, will any game go to overtime? It's more like the Super Bowl, where each game is treated individually. Will this game go to overtime?
Right. Yeah, no, and we agree on the taking the ball first in overtime. Also, you put the defense on the field, make them tired, and your defense gets the rest. So, lots of reasons to. When Washington won the coin flip too, and I assumed they were going to take the ball, and they didn't. I was so surprised they didn't.
Yeah.
So yeah,
and I generally think positive things about Quinn.
Yeah, I'm kind of I can take it or leave him. I'm not crazy about him, but I don't hate him either. Anyway, so we agree Saints for a very slight lean, I guess. Yeah.
If you play, it's New Orleans, or it's either play New Orleans or pass, but nothing all that exotic.
Yeah, maybe it'll be the same thing last year, like I said before. The Saints played closely against Tampa, and then Tampa won at the end.
Yeah.
So maybe it'll be one of those games there.
What have you thought about the progression of Shook?
He had a good game against Carolina. Last week he was awful until the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Not sure what changed.
Well, the game against Carolina, wasn't that 17-7 game?
17-7, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know how good he could have been, other than perhaps, and I don't have the number in front of me, he didn't make many mistakes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. By the way, 2 injuries to watch out for this game. Chris Olave didn't practice today for Saints, and for Tampa, Tristan Wirfs didn't practice. So two big injuries on either side. All right.
What's the status of Evans?
He is going to return to practice this week, but they don't know if he's going to play.
Okay. Kind of like Jaden Daniels.
Yeah. Evans was limited today. So
okay.
I don't know exactly what Daniels. So the final game in the early slate, this is a time change. Bengals at the Bills. This line is Bills -5.5.
By the way, why did they change the time on this game? That's one of the more intriguing games.
I know.
And in fact, all the late game. Well, why? I mean, I guess they couldn't of the late games. Even Denver at Vegas and Rams at Arizona aren't that good, But you want to have a couple of the early starting games. What's the best early starting game? Indianapolis, Jacksonville. Oh, Chicago, Green Bay. No, Chicago, Green Bay is now an afternoon game, isn't it?
Yeah, they moved it to 4:25. Yeah. So it's if you think Pittsburgh's any good, it's Pittsburgh, Baltimore, or the Colts, Jaguars, or maybe this game if the Bengals can keep winning with Joe Burrow.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Yeah. Burrow played well last week. He started a little rusty, I thought, and then second half he was really good, and I assume he's just going to get better each week. And Buffalo, I'm not sure if they fixed their issues. Like their defense looked good last week, but the defense has been a sieve for the most part this year. So I don't know if it was real or if it was fake. So
it's interesting because they are one of only a handful of teams who, using the total yardage metric, rank in the top 10, both offense and defense. Offense number 2, defense number 8, 304 yards per game, league average 327. But it may be some of those secondary numbers that don't show up, and I know their difficulty against the run.
The run defense.
Which, by the way, is something Cincinnati does not excel at.
Yeah, although Chase Brown, now that he has more room to run, should do better. Because when it was Jake Browning, he had no room. His teams would just stay closer to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, but what about with Flacco?
He did better with Flacco. Not as great. But then now it's Burrow with Chase and maybe Higgins, and that just opens things up for Chase Brown. So I think Chase Brown could have a decent game here. I'm considering him in the DFS.
Is there an advanced weather forecast that you don't believe in?
Let's see, because it's always gonna be wrong. The supposed weather in this game: slight chance of snow, 27 degrees, 7-mile-an-hour wind, so nothing substantial there. 40% chance of snow, it says. So in other words, it's gonna be 60 and sunny.
Okay, so it's not. So well, no, it means that it's not going to be the best of conditions, and it may be cold.
Maybe, who knows? I don't know.
No, I'm saying that they probably have that. When you use a 7-8 day forecast, and it's going to be temperatures in the 40s, maybe it'll be in the 50s, maybe it'll be in the 30s. But when you're saying it's going to be in the in the 30s, that means it's probably going to be pretty chilly out there. We don't know about the wind, obviously.
Yeah, wind. Yeah, I never knew. Yeah, exactly. So, I would side with the Bengals here. I like getting the points with Joe Burrow. But I'm not excited about it. I'm not betting this game. I think Buffalo could be a lot better here. Although Cincinnati has had Buffalo's number for whatever reason.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and John Sanders, our Buffalo fan here in the chat, we heard from him on Friday, I believe, and he said he was terrified of this game, and I don't blame him. So
of this game or the game last week?
He's terrified of he was much more terrified of this game than the Pittsburgh game. So yeah, I like I said, lean Cincinnati. What do you think about this game?
I like Buffalo here.
Okay.
I think that on all the things being said, let me just hold on a moment here while I there we go. Had to do a little cough there. All things considered, I think Buffalo, first of all, they are in a I can't write Cincinnati off because we saw last year they won their last 5 games of the season. They finished 9-8 and just missed the playoffs. So who say they can't do it this year? Now, they did have a very difficult 3-step hurdle. At Baltimore, at Buffalo, home to Baltimore. Well, they passed the first of those 3 hurdles because the final 3 games, I think it was Arizona, Miami, and Cleveland. I think one of them was at one on the road, 2 at home. Those are very winnable games. So now it's down to 2 key games at Buffalo, where they do have a good record, and then at home against Baltimore, and we don't know what we're going to get. Buffalo, on the other hand, has to be realistic and say, hey, our only route to the playoffs is through the wild card. We're just not going to be happy. We cannot just catch New England. We have to surpass them. And the schedule does not suggest that that will happen. So when I take a look at the current wild card standings, and let me go back here to the East, Buffalo currently holds the 3rd wild card, and they control their own destiny because the number one team out of the playoffs is Houston at 7-5. And then the next team behind that, Pittsburgh and Kansas City, are 6-6. Now, I mentioned that with Houston only because Houston might be able to catch Indy and Jacksonville, who are 1 game ahead of them, and Houston's playing great football right now. Okay, so Buffalo realistically has to think that they need to keep winning and hold on to that number 3 wild card. Let me grab Buffalo's upcoming schedule. I know they're at New England next week, and a win there would help them. It'll pull them 1 game closer, but it'll really help them in the wild card race to become, to have the 9th win. They then follow that with games at Cleveland, and then they host Philadelphia, and they host the Jets. So I'm going to say that they probably go at least 2-2, maybe 3-1 in those last 4 games. So this game becomes critical for them to basically knock out Cincinnati as a potential team, which is unlikely, but based upon what they did last year, they could do. And I think that that they have the weapons to do it. I do have that concern about the run defense, but again, Cincinnati does not run the ball. Let me again refer to those first half, second half stats where Cincinnati, despite the absence of Burrow, actually has improved the offense. They went from 57 rushing yards in the first 6 games to 120 in their last 6. That's a gain of 63. 178 to 271 in passing. That's plus 93. So that's plus 156 yards of offense that they have gained running and passing versus what they did in the first 6 games. Defensively, they have gotten worse against the run. They're allowing 171, which is 35 more than they allowed in the first 6, and they're basically even in what they're allowing passing, 258, 255. So overall, they have improved by 156 yards per game on offense, but they've declined by 32 yards per game on defense because of what they're allowing in the running game. Buffalo has been relatively constant, certainly in offense. They are plus 9 yards rushing, minus 4 yards passing. Defensively, they have shown some nice improvement, plus 30 yards in the running game, what they've allowed. They went from allowing 156 to 126. That's a nice gain, and just 8 yards better in overall running. So basically, Cincinnati's had a huge increase in their offensive productivity. A lot of it has to do with Jake Browning played those 2 or 3 games before they got Flacco.
Yeah, he was
'Cause
awesome.
I think Flacco has started what 6 or 7 games now.
Probably sounds right. Yeah, for Cincinnati at least.
Well, I'm sorry, 5 or 6 because Burrow started last week.
Yeah.
But defensively, Buffalo's actually improved by 38 yards per game, and Cincinnati, as hard as it is to believe, they actually got worse. 32 yards per game worse. They went from allowing 394 to 426.
Yeah, I think it's Hendrickson being out.
Yeah,
That's been a big factor.
What's his status?
Let's see here. I didn't see. Let's see. Trey Hendrickson was DMP once again.
Okay.
Why didn't they just put him on IR at this point?
Or end his season, but I guess they want to wait till they're mathematically eliminated, which could be this week or next. But what's Buffalo's defensive injury report?
Buffalo's injury report is Terrell Bernard DNP,
Okay.
Joey Bosa DNP, and that's it. The key for Buffalo also is their tackles, both of whom were out. Both Spencer Brown and Deion Dawkins were limited. But Deion Dawkins coming off the concussion, he's gonna have he's gonna have to get some full practices in. So a little too early to tell if they're gonna be available. So we'll see later in the week.
Yeah. So I do like Buffalo in this game. I trust their pedigree and their history and experience. Although this is a relatively new experience for them, having won all those division titles in a row. But look, their first big test of the year, for whatever it was worth, it was a regular season game. They passed against Kansas City.
Yep. No, they did. Yeah.
And I think in many respects, last week's game at Pittsburgh was a test. A lot of people liked Pittsburgh last week.
Yeah, I was included in that. That was very silly of me. I just thought without their tackles was going to be challenging.
Yeah, and they proved it against Pittsburgh. Although you're not very fond of Pittsburgh's defensive line.
No, well,
especially with Watt.
If Watt's out, they forget it.
Yeah.
They have nothing going on then.
But again, I also think a lot of it had to do with Buffalo's game plan, their ability to run the football, and taking advantage. And Josh Allen did not stink it up.
Right, and as soon as Rodgers got hurt again, that's when it's.
By the way, the best line on TV all week last year, I think it was in one of the highlights. I think it was a highlight actually before the Sunday night game, and the female commentator was showing highlights of the Pittsburgh game, and they showed Aaron Rodgers and that bloody nose of red.
Mm-hmm.
Look at all that red. Rudolph, where are you? Here comes in Mason Rudolph. As opposed to Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, right?
That's awesome. Yeah.
I thought that, and no, I don't know that anybody commented on that, but I pick up silly little things like that.
Yeah, I didn't. I guess
I sure hope some of our viewers and listeners do as well.
I'm sure they do. Yeah. All right, let's get to the 4:00 game.
Only I wasn't drinking at the time.
Nice.
I was actually paying attention.
The 4:00 games, we have Broncos at the Raiders. So we saw this matchup a few weeks ago. It was 10-7. Bo Nix was awful.
That may have actually been the Raiders' best game of the year.
Yeah. Well, except for the Patriots win in week 1. But
in week 1,
we didn't count week
1. That win is more impressive and more unexplainable.
I can explain it. It's week 1. We just ignore it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway,
wait a minute. That means the Raiders have only what? 1 win.
That's one win. Yeah.
You don't count week 1
against the Titans. That's the only team they really beat. So in this game, this is a matchup versus spot dynamic that differs.
Yeah.
So obviously Denver has the better matchup here. They are just so much better than the Raiders. However, it didn't matter when it was 10-7 because Bo Nix kept throwing off his back foot and he was horrible in that game. So will he do the same thing again? Maybe the Raiders are pitiful defensively, but I don't really trust Bo Nix unless it's the fourth quarter and he has to come back. It's kind of like when he stops thinking and just doesn't do the horrible mechanical things. But the spot does not really favor Denver here. It favors the Raiders because Denver just had that crazy 160 snap game overtime.
It favors Denver in one respect. And that's teasing them. They do need to win this game because as nice as they are sitting in the standings, they close the season hosting Green Bay, hosting Jacksonville, at Kansas City, hosting the Chargers. That's as tough a 4-game slate as I think any team in the NFL has going down the stretch.
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
That has nothing to do with the point spread. I'm just saying in winning games.
Yeah, it is tough for sure. But I would suspect that they're going to win this game. I just don't think it's going to be by margin. I mean, think about
that's why it's a teaser possibility.
Right. Yeah, I do like them in the teaser. 13-11 versus the Jets is 10-7 against the Raiders. Last week, 27-26 against the Redskins. Titans week 1, they didn't cover.
That was week 1. Forget about that game.
Yeah, of course. But no, the Giants, they're down 19-0. They didn't cover. And these are not good teams we're listing. These are bad teams. So I don't trust this team to win by margin, but I do trust them to win outright. So you're right, the teaser is the way to go, unless they win by 1, which would suck. But I would take I can't side with the Raiders because their blocking is so bad. Like they were already horrible. They lost Colton Miller. They lost Jackson Powers-Johnson, who was their second best lineman. Last week, they didn't have Meredith, who was their third best lineman. And now their fourth best lineman, Dylan Parham, is injured. So, this team is just a disaster. They can block anything. So, despite what I said about the spot, I still think I'd take Denver, just like maybe their defense gets some turnovers for touchdowns or something. I can't back with the Raiders, not with single digits. So, what are your thoughts on this game?
My thoughts are, did you know the Denver Broncos in 6-point teasers are 11-1 this year?
That's impressive.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. The only one that they did not cover was the Giants game.
Okay.
They even covered in the game against the Jets, that 13-11 game.
Right.
Sounds like a long tiebreaker at Wimbledon. 13-11.
Right.
But so I mean, that's the way to go. I suppose. Now the only situation that I can give Denver a little bit of an advantage is they know how tough how poorly they played in that game in Denver a few weeks ago, and that if they don't show improvement against this team that everyone else has basically beaten, they may not be the powerful team that they should be, certainly defensively, but offense is part of the game as well. Come the playoff time, defense can take you far in the playoffs, but you still got to score points to win. And Bo Nix in the playoffs, depending upon how the field shapes up, he will be one of the less experienced quarterbacks in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's for sure. He was awful in the playoffs last year.
So I don't know that. I mean, and again, Peyton, offensive-minded coach. Probably has been able to pick apart that film against the Raiders and put Nix in a better position to take advantage of what the Raiders like to do on defense. Right. double team Crosby, maybe have an extra blocker in there and take advantage of some of those situations.
Yeah,
I can't play the Raiders plus the points. I feel uncomfortable laying the points with Denver simply because of their offense. Because as I said before, you can have the greatest defense in the world, but if you can't score points, it doesn't do you any good. And I think, Denver not scoring points is more related, I think, to their limited offense than it is to the Raiders' poor defense.
I agree. Yeah.
Looking again, first half, second half, I'll just give the quick numbers. Total offense, Denver's improved by 7 yards. Defense, they are actually 65 yards worse. But they were going from allowing 254 to 319, which is still below the league average. The Raiders, offensively, as bad as they were, they have declined by 94 yards on offense, 307 to 213. Averaging 213 yards per game for 6 games is putrid.
Yeah.
But it tells you about the offensive line. Defensively, they're allowing 24 yards more per game than they were. Not a huge decrease, but when you combine it with the lack of offense, maybe it's a surprise that they're only decreasing by 24 yards because the defense is on the field so much. So I can't. I feel if I had to play the game and went with the better team, I would still have to go with Denver only because of the fact that, and let me see where the numbers are here. The Raiders, where is it here? Okay, the Raiders are right about average in forcing turnovers. However, they've committed 7. They are -3, and the Broncos are also -3 in turnovers. So no real edge there. Neither team is very good at out turnovering their opponent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it sounds like we're in agreement here.
Do you agree with? Do you agree with Denver as a potential as a potential teaser team as perhaps the best option?
Yes, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, and I can't lay -7.5, but I also can't take the Raiders. So we definitely agree on this. Very.
It's more that I don't want to lay the 7.5, but I really can't take the Raiders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same thing. All right, let's get to a more interesting game. The Bears are at the Packers.
That's any other game on the card, except maybe with the exception of Miami, New Orleans.
Yeah. Miami Jets. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Miami. I'm sorry, New Orleans and Tampa.
Oh, Saints Bucks. Yeah. All right. So Bears at Packers. The line is Packers -6.5. It was 5.5, and it's been bumped up since then. So I have a tough time handicapping this one. I hope you have.
Mine is very simple.
Okay.
And it's very simplistic. I cannot go against the Bears.
Okay.
I don't care what the numbers say. It's a divisional game. We know how good a coach Ben Johnson is. We know Ben Johnson knows the Green Bay offense and defense. Certainly the defense from preparing for it with Detroit. The Bears are just one of those teams that there are teams every year whose stats say their record should be much better, or their record should be much worse. And Chicago, I don't know that it should be that much worse. And I do want to take a look again of the first half, second half here, because I want to see what kind of improvement Chicago has made, if any. Well, they're 49 better yards running the ball in the second half. They're only 7 yards better passing the ball, but they're still an improvement. Defensively, they've improved by 8 yards against the run, but have gotten worse by 26 yards against the pass. So overall, offensively, they're 56 yards better. Defensively, 18 yards worse. Green Bay, basically the same against the run. 1 less yard gain, 5 less yards allowed. 44 more yards allowed in the running game, and that is one of the areas on offense where Chicago is very good. 138 yards per game. Green Bay allowed 76. Second half of the season, 120. That's a significant. They have improved against the pass, so that's not the strength of the Bears offense. They've improved by 51 yards against the pass defensively. So overall, their overall stats are very similar, but it's that run-pass dynamic and difference that separates these teams. But having said that, again, we've won so much with the Bears over the weeks, and of course, it can't really be a bad spot coming off of the upset of Philadelphia, because this is a division rival and an opportunity for them to gain a gain on what right now is their more serious contender, Green Bay, rather than Detroit right now. And there's enough room in this to be a field goal game and for Green Bay to come away with the win.
So here's what I'd say about that. And I'm kind of torn. Like I said, I'm torn in this. But so
sorry about that. I pressed the wrong button.
But before last week's game, the Bears hadn't really battled like too many good teams. They faced 2 teams I would classify as Group A or Group B. There was Detroit, where they lost 52-21, and then against Baltimore, where they lost 30-16 when Lamar Jackson didn't play. So heading into the Black Friday game, I thought, they weren't really tested yet, and I thought the Eagles would win the game, but the Bears won 24-15. So I think one of 2 things happened here. One, the Eagles were just a complete no-show, and they did show.
And by the way, that was a quote unquote legitimate win, because Chicago had the lead and held it the entire game.
Right. So what I'm saying is, like, I think one of 2 things happened. Like, one, the Eagles just a complete no-show, didn't try hard, and it looked like they weren't really trying hard when it came to
Or
stopping the
maybe
run.
they're just not as good as everyone thinks, and they had that great run at the end of last season, capped by the demolition of Kansas City. What did they win? 10, 11 straight games in a row since midseason. Maybe they're just not as good, and they miss, especially on offense, some of the players that they had last year, and even some of the ones on defense.
Mm-hmm. Well, the other thing I would say is like the Bears may have just improved, in recent weeks. Like their offensive line is legit. We talked about all the time how Ashton Genty is dead last in the NFL in yards before contact.
Yeah.
And Saquon Barkley second to last. Both DeAndre Swift is third best in yards before contact. Kyle Monangai fourth best in yards before contact.
That tells you about the offensive line.
Exactly.
Right
Their
there.
offensive line is awesome. And I love backing teams that have really good offensive lines. And it seems like they had some issues early on, but they've improved a lot. I guess like
And
they
that's
had
coaching.
It's coaching. It's also experience, like chemistry together, because they brought in a
but I mean
few guys.
that's part of where coaching comes in. It says, hey, here's
Yeah.
what you guys are not doing. Here's what you guys should be doing.
Yeah, they brought in a few new guys. They got better. And they gelled, and so their offensive line is awesome right now. And then last week,
Is it better than Philadelphia's with Lane Johnson in there?
It just the Eagles haven't been able to block, so I'd say I would say so, yeah. And then their pass defense had been an issue because they've been missing Jalen Johnson, they've been missing Kyler Gordon, Tyreek Stevenson's been in and out of the lineup, but both Johnson and Gordon returned to the field last week, and now they might be getting TJ Edwards back, who's a great linebacker for them. He was limited today. So, the Bears are just looking better and better, I think. And I initially had the Packers down as a lean. I think I'm switching to the Bears as a lean. But I'm not really too confident in this play. It sounds like you're more confident in Chicago than I am.
Well, I am, only because Chicago's playing so well, and they seem to be. And again, you got a new coach in there who came over, highly touted as his offensive coordinator. How would he be as a head coach? And apparently he's done enough right things, even if he's waited till the last few minutes of a game to block field goals or whatever. But the point is that he's been able to get this team to play. Remember, now, albeit I think their win-loss total was 8.5, so people were just like New England. So these teams are surprising a lot of the general public, but they're not surprising the people who pay attention to the odds at the start of the season as far as season win totals go. Okay, now, one thing we've noticed this year, teams like Philadelphia, teams like Kansas City, teams like Baltimore, teams like Buffalo, teams that played a lot of playoff games in recent years are not responding in key situations that are favorable to them as they have in years past. Okay? They are now losing games in situations that they used to win. And you wonder how much of a toll all those postseason games are taking. And I'll use Kansas City as an example. No. They have played 21 postseason games since 2018, I believe it is. Okay? And they've played at least 3 playoff games every year since 2019. So they have played 21 postseason games. That's like an extra season and a quarter. They played the equivalent of, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. They played the equivalent of 8 1/4 seasons in 7 seasons. That takes a lot of toll. Philadelphia is another team that has played a lot of games over those years. Buffalo is another one. They went like 20-something years without making the playoffs, and now they've made about 7 or 8 consecutive playoff appearances.
Right.
And you wonder, at some point, all that extra hitting, those extra snaps, takes a wear and tear. And often it shows up later in the season when you are, out of as much energy. You don't have the same strength and energy in December that you had in September. It takes a toll on you. The one team that really can't say that of these teams that are contenders is Green Bay. Green Bay does not have a lot of recent playoff experience. So I can see them playing better in these late season situations than Baltimore, Buffalo, Kansas City, and Philadelphia. Okay? Having said that, though, I still am backing Chicago in this game. I would not be surprised if Green Bay wins and covers, but that's not the way I'm going to bet it.
Yeah, nothing was surprising me here. If the Packers won by 17, I wouldn't be surprised. If the Bears won by 10, I wouldn't be surprised either. I really
don't have the Bears winning this game,
Okay.
I think Green Bay is just good enough to get it done, but I think Chicago makes it difficult for them.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's a good chance it'll be a close game, field goal either way. So I'm leaning on Chicago right now, even though I wrote up Green Bay earlier. So yeah,
that's the danger in doing early week predictions, because the more you look at these games, the more you say, I wish I hadn't written that. I can't tell you the number of times where, especially years ago when you had to send newsletters out by U.S. mail, and I had to have them in the mail like Monday night. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
And then by Wednesday, I'm rethinking things, but I'm already down as having, expressed a recommendation on Team A. And then I realized, because you can only look at so much as you are putting together even a website where you put early week stuff out.
Yeah.
There's only so much time you can do. In other words, you don't, I'm sure you're the same way. You don't say, okay, here's my write-up on Monday or Tuesday, and now I forget about it the rest of the week. No, you're looking at these games over and over and over again, and you're seeing things that you didn't see before. You see a game, you review a game for the 5th time, you're going to see things that you did not see the first 4.
Yeah.
And some of them, not many of them necessarily, because you may have seen already many of them, but some things will come to mind that you didn't realize before. And you know how that happens? That happens because you're looking at, say, a game between Washington and Minnesota, and you see something in that game, and that thought sticks with you, and you see a game like Green Bay, Chicago, and all of a sudden you have a similar thought because there's something about that game is similar to the Washington, Minnesota game, just as an example.
Yeah, something. So I've done this. So I post my picks on Tuesday throughout the whole day, and then I have on Thursday I release my Thursday thoughts. So I update every single pick and make new notes on and anything I'm thinking, and then I have Saturday notes. So same thing. Saturday I release my new analysis for each game.
When do you do that? After late in the day?
In the first thing in the morning.
Okay, so you do that before you submit your contest picks, even.
Yeah, and I do that right up as every Friday night. As you've noticed, I send you the injury or Excel report. I'm writing up my Saturday notes as I'm looking through every single injury report. So a lot of my Saturday notes have to do with the injury report.
That's very rare, although we did see it this year, that there's a significant injury that occurs on Saturday. I forget what the situation was. Was it? It was one of the quarterbacks. I forget who it was, but everybody.
It was Lamar Jackson. Okay. When he was rolled out. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. He was probable most of the week.
Yeah, and they just and they got in trouble for that because they said he practiced fully on Friday. Yeah, he practiced apparently fully on Friday, but he was practicing with the scout team, so it wasn't really full. So yeah, I think they
that was a truthful deception.
Yeah, exactly.
He did practice fully, but there should have been an asterisk there.
Right. They got a big fine for that. So I thought they should have docked like a 5th round, 6th round.
Oh, either that or they should have had Lamar sit out the next game, which I think he may have. I don't remember if maybe he came back and then was out again.
He came back the next day. I think the next game was against Miami, and then he played in that one.
Okay.
So anyway, so yeah, that's what I do. And then Sunday morning, I post my final thoughts as an hour and a half before kickoff. So I do 4 updates. Which is
when they announce the inactives.
Inactives, yeah. So I do 4 updates on my picks every single week. So I feel like that's a good way to kind of circumvent the early bias that you have early in the week. So anyway,
by the way, that's an important handicapping factor because you're always taught the earliest bettors get the best line, which is true most of the time. But developments during the week, and the more that you take a look at, remember when you're betting into a line or whatever, and you say quote unquote sharp money moves, they're still opinions. Yeah. Doesn't mean they know the result of the game. They're just opinions. Maybe they're more informed opinions, or they're using different information than you and I are using, but they're still just opinions. And the point I'm getting to is there's always a trade-off for betting early versus getting more information as the week unfolds and betting late. You may take a worse number, but it's a number you're more confident in because events during the week have caused it to move. So it's not why the line moved. The line can move for any number of reasons, but your ability to handicap the game late and see things on Friday that you didn't see on Tuesday, that's the trade-off. You won't get as good a number, but you may feel confident in the number you get, or you may be able to buy that number down if it's only a half-point difference. But there are always trade-offs. It's just like making future plays at the start of the year, whether it be future plays on games of the year or in any of the weeks of games that the Westgate has you put out. You're trading off for what appears to be a good number right now in August that may move 6 or 7 points by the time the game is played. So would you rather have the good number, or would you rather have a number that is more reflective of the current situation?
I'm someone who wants all the data, so I always feel
I
that
am
I
too.
can. Yeah, I always wait. I seldom submit a pick early. It can happen sometimes, but I'll do that. Just occasionally. Kind of reminds me of like in the stock market when you see like big buys come in like for calls or puts. It's like it's not guaranteed to move the stock price, but someone has maybe some information that
well, there are certain games, and I'll talk about one of them when we get to it, but there are certain games I know at the beginning of the week what side I'm going to be on.
Is it Rams at Cardinals? That's what we're talking about next.
No, although I was leaning towards the Rams, and we'll get to that one. It was a different game that's coming up.
Okay, well, I like the Rams here. I think they're going to bounce back. I'd be surprised if they lost 2 in a row like that. And this is, I think a good matchup for them. Arizona is a team that's been pretty competitive in many of the games this year. They're 3-9, but 7 of those games were decided on the last possession. But when they played up in competition this year, they played against Seattle, they got destroyed. When they played against San Francisco, they got destroyed. And LA, the Rams have had their number. Sean McVay has really dominated Arizona over the years.
By the way, just to allude to that a little bit about what you're saying, the Rams are 8-4 against the point spread. The Cardinals, as well as they've played, as close as they've played, and including that nice fortuitous move in the closing line for our Arizona bettors last week against Tampa Bay at +4 and lose by 3. They're just 5-6-1 against the points. So as close as they've played in all those games, it does not result in the kind of point spread record you would think of a team involved in close games, especially since Arizona is usually an underdog.
Yeah, they would be favored. They would be 6-5-1 if it wasn't for the stupid Tennessee game that we talk about all the time. So I'm never going to forgive that one for them. But but
they also might have a push if you didn't have that late line move last week when it was 3 all week.
That's in the circa it was a loss because it was 2.5.
Yeah, so, there you go.
Right. So I like Arizona's played close against mediocre or bad competition.
Yeah.
But when they played up in competition, they haven't been able to be competitive. And I whenever you have a backup quarterback against an elite,
isn't that something we said about Tampa Bay as well?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because Tampa Bay
other than Seattle.
Tampa
against Seattle.
Yeah, that was a weird one. The Tampa Bay just gets crushed almost every time they play up in competition. So it's the same thing. It's really.
But maybe even also New England because they really haven't had a step up in competition this year.
Except Buffalo. But that was a stretch when Buffalo lost to Atlanta the next week. So it's not like the Bills are playing well back then. I like the Rams here. I think they bounce back and I think they win easily against the Cardinals. So you said you were leaning Rams.
Well, I think we talked about it. I don't remember if we did it on the air or before we started, but I think I remember saying that, it's a good spot for Arizona, except for the fact that the Rams are coming off a loss and, they're in that battle, 3-way battle with Seattle and the Bears for the number 1 seed. I think I may have mentioned, I don't think I mentioned it. I alluded to it when we were talking about why I like Seattle this week, but I think I mentioned that separately, either in one of the earlier games or before we went live, that it would normally be a good spot for Arizona in this spot.
Right. So,
but not with the Rams coming off of a loss that they should have had. And I think I mentioned, I think part of it, I think it was when I was talking about Seattle, the fact that that's a win that they should have had. And now it cost them the lead over Seattle for the number 1 seed if they lose in Seattle, because they, for all rights, you would have expected the Rams to have a 1-game lead going into Seattle. Well, now all things go according to form. They'll be tied.
Yeah,
because of last week's loss.
And if you think that the Rams are the best team in the NFL or maybe potentially the Super Bowl champion
this week.
Yeah. So, it's you'd have to think that they're going to bounce back because remember last year we talked about the Panthers game with the Eagles.
But then again, we also thought Philadelphia was going to bounce back after blowing that lead to Dallas.
Right, but I
But
think
that may say more about Philadelphia
exactly
than it does about the Rams.
exactly.
If the Rams come back and get the win.
Yes, exactly. Because the Eagles, I think last
Eagles
year's
Eagles have been doing what they did last week. They've been doing that all season.
right. Last year's Eagles team would have come back against the Bears and been a lot better. But this year's team is not as good. But my point is, like, if the Rams are the best team, and they certainly have looked like it, then they're going to bounce back. Because I'll talk about the Eagles again last year. The Eagles lost a game late in the year to Washington when Devontae Smith dropped the pass, and so they lost that game. The next week, they come back against Dallas and absolutely throttle Dallas. Not even close. They put their foot on the throat of Dallas. And so that was a divisional matchup against a backup quarterback. Same thing here. Backup quarterback, divisional matchup. I'd be shocked if the Rams don't win this game, and I'd be somewhat surprised if they don't cover. I think this could be a double-digit win for them, like easily.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one. This is this is more than a lean. This is a play. Well, we'll talk about the Eagles. I got an interesting stat about them coming up. Let me just again briefly go through the because I'm looking at this stuff for the first time with the first half, second half. So let me see where I have that. Okay, it's on the top here. Let's see. Rams, 15 yards more rushing, 45 yards less passing than in the first half. Defensively, they are exactly even in allowing 108 yards per game, and we're allowing 17 yards more through the air. So overall, they're down 30 on offense and down 17 on defense. On the other hand, this is interesting, but I still like the Rams. Arizona is actually up 61 yards on offense and 32 yards on defense, but they were coming from way down. And when you look at where these teams still rank, the Rams, number 9 on offense, number 13 on defense in points scored and allowed, 6 on offense, 2 on allowed. And even with the improvement that Arizona has showed, yards, offense 16th, defense 19th, points 20th allowed, and 24th. 20th scored, 24th allowed. So they've not really shown in improvement overall. And the Rams, even with their declines, are still much the better team. Mm-hmm. And again, the situation now favors the Rams because of the loss last week.
Yeah, we agree. This is you always look for, in my opinion, you look for games where you get matchup and spot favoring one team, and this is a prime example of that. Reminds me of the Detroit-Washington game from a few weeks ago, where Detroit was coming off a loss, and then they played out Washington. Obviously, Detroit much better than Washington. Detroit dismantled Washington. I could see myself. That
was because that was a revenge game from the playoffs.
Yeah, right, exactly. So I could see myself betting the alt line here minus 20.5. I like that number. If you get like 4-1 or something or better. So let's see if that's possible.
Yeah, I don't know if the Rams. I don't know if they can win by that margin against the division rival.
You don't think so?
I don't know. Would you? I might lay 14.5.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at the results this year. I mean, how many times have they won by 20 or more? They beat Jacksonville 35-7. They beat the Saints 34-10. They beat the Niners by 16, and the Niners are better than the Cardinals. And they beat the Buccaneers 34-7. So they've had a fair number of games that are.
Oh, and the Jacksonville was the one in Europe.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's get to the night.
Let's put it this way: I will certainly root for you because I got the Rams tied up in a lot of different things for the futures.
Okay. Yeah. What futures do you have?
Like the Super Bowl futures and conference futures. As long as Matthew Stafford is not in the game, if they're up 35-3 in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Let's get to the night games. The Texans, the Chiefs. The Chiefs are minus 3.5, and I think that looking at the Chiefs injury report is absolutely crucial here because they lost 3 offensive linemen in the Thanksgiving game, and I see that. Trey Smith, DNP today. Jawan Taylor was DNP today, and Simmons was placed on IR. Is that correct? Let me see. Simmons, yes. Josh Simmons was placed on IR. So 3 offensive linemen, including 2 tackles and one of their best interior guys, all potentially out against Houston's defensive line. That seems like a big trouble for the Chiefs, who were scoring early, and then they stopped scoring against Dallas. Then they scored in garbage time.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they can score much against Houston. And then Houston, they have the opposite. Houston's offensive line, whereas Kansas City's offensive line is great early in the season, Houston's offensive line was horrible to start the year, and they've gotten a lot better with their pass protection. Like Stroud and Davis Mills before him, they've been getting way more protection than what they're used to, and they have weapons who are developing. Jaden Higgins is look at what he's done since the bye. He's been a really solid number 2 receiver. Nico Collins is healthy now. Woody Marks has emerged as a better option in that backfield than Nick Chubb. And the Dalton Schultz is solid here. So it's getting 3.5 seems like a good deal for Houston. I think they could win outright. At the very least, Kansas City, if they eke out a win, it might be by a field goal as they usually do. With no offensive line against Houston's defensive line, it seems like such a mismatch. I like Houston here. What do you think?
This is one of the games I knew I was going to play at the start of the week, just like the week before I knew I was going to play Houston against Indianapolis. You mentioned so many reasons why I like Houston, or why to like Houston. Kansas City is one of those teams that ranks in the top 10. Actually, they rank in the top 9. 5th on offense, 9th on defense, scoring 9th on offense, 7th in points allowed. Number 2 in committing only 0.7 turnovers per game. They've lost 9 on the year. Houston's almost the same. They've lost 10 on the season. Houston has been much better at forcing turnovers. 19 to 10. That's 1.5 per game that they have. Both teams are very good against the rush. Neither team is very good at running the football. They don't rely on that as much. They're pretty much even as far as passing yards per game. And I was looking at the wrong line there. Kansas City does have the better pass offense. Houston, the better pass defense. So that's a little bit of a difference. Again, I want to take a look at the first half, second half to confirm my impressions without looking yet at the numbers. I think Houston has shown a lot of improvement, and Kansas City may be somewhat similar because they've struggled in recent weeks and they also struggled early in the season. So let's see here. Houston is about the same rushing the ball, difference of 3 yards per game, first and second half, 42 yards more passing the ball in the second half of the season. Pretty much the same. They're down 7. They're up 7 yards in fewer rushing yards allowed, and they are. They've improved by 7 yards. They've improved by 10 yards in pass. Overall, they're plus 45 on offense and plus 17 on defense. Kansas City is down 1 yard in the rushing game. They're down 31 yards. They're up 31 yards in the passing game. They are improved in their rush defense, going from 119 to 83, but they've given up a lot of that. They're down 28 in what they've allowed passing, which works into a little bit of, Houston hasn't really improved all that much passing. I think it's at like 10 yards. Overall offense, defense, Kansas City, 30 yards better offensively, 8 yards better defensively. So in the passing game, not that significant. But I like the way Houston has been playing. I do note those injuries to the offensive line. Mahomes seems a little bit slower this year. Kelsey is actually having a bounce back year. He's been an important part, and that could be an issue for Houston. How is Houston defending tight ends?
I'm going to look right now. Defenses against tight ends. Houston is number 5 against tight ends this year. But the top 5 teams against tight ends this year, the Bills are number 1, Falcons number 2. This will surprise you. Raiders are number 3. Maybe they just haven't faced any good tight ends.
Are you sure that's not offensive tight ends? Because I can see the Raiders being there with Bowers.
Right. Eagles are number 4, and Texans are number 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is the Texans' weakness defensively?
Let me.
To the extent they have one.
Yeah, I don't know if they have one.
They may have a ranking number 12 in some category, which for them is bad.
So against the pass, they're number 3. Against the run, they're number 2.
Okay.
And then pressures. I don't have an updated pressures rankings, but they were in the top 10, probably top 5. So yeah, I don't. And obviously their defensive line's amazing. So I don't see that they have any weaknesses defensively.
See, this is again a number. There's another example, and maybe we're wrong here. Okay, because I gather you're on Houston.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yes,
we may be wrong here, but this is a situation where the public and even some of the sharp handicappers will say, "Oh, well, this is a spot that favors Kansas City." I've been hearing that all week. Andy Reid with extra time to prepare. Well, they had extra time after the bye and all that, and at some point we have to recognize that this Kansas City team is not the Kansas City team that they were last year.
Yeah.
And again, maybe what they did in the Super Bowl exposed some of the vulnerabilities that Philadelphia was able to take advantage of. Now, I have not charted that, excuse me, this year, but maybe you have, or spoken to people who have other teams done what Philadelphia was able to do so easily last year when facing the Chiefs this year?
You mean as what do you mean as far as generating quarterback pressure?
As far as ways to contain their offense and exploit their defense. What Philadelphia was able to do so successfully and so easily last year.
So the problem for the Chiefs this year has been their defense, not their offense.
Yeah, that's been part of it.
Yeah, their offense is actually ranked highly in EPA. I think they're number 3 in EPA. That's the whole season now. And
well, actually, they're actually not. Well, they're 9th in points scored. They're 3rd in total offense. So that correlates.
Yeah, and obviously they're going to be worse without these linemen. So like that, the strength of their team is going to.
Where's their defensive numbers?
Defensively, the Chiefs they're pretty bad. They're number 27.
Yeah, that's horrible. See, now that's totally different than these traditional numbers. And I'm going to take a look at yards per play, which I think is a better indicator. Defensively, the league average is 5.3. Kansas City's allowing 5.6, a little bit worse. Let's see, yards per rush, league average is 4.3. Kansas City's allowing exactly that amount. Yards per pass completion, they're actually better. League average 10.9. They allow 10.3. Mm-hmm. See, that's where I have a little bit of an issue with the the EPA?
Yes, EPA.
That there's that much of a difference. I mean, what does the EPA take into account that the standard metrics don't, because there's such a difference in where they rank with the standard metrics with the EPA?
Well, to note, I excluded all the weeks 1 through 4 games because I thought that's way too early to factor those in. In fact, I think week 5 through 6 could be discarded as well at this point. So what does your weeks 1 through 6 and 7 through 12 numbers say about Kansas City? Have they gotten worse defensively?
Let's see. I went through that before. Let me see here. They've actually improved defensively. They're actually 36 yards per game better against the rush, 28 yards per game worse against the pass.
Worse against the pass. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, they were awful against the pass against Dallas. They just had no chance.
That's one game.
Yeah, I know.
It should. See, in other words, that's why I constantly ask for what is EPA? What comprises EPA? How is it computed? Because it may be based on assumptions that are valid or assumptions that are not valid.
Mm-hmm.
And the more parameters that you involve in a calculation, the weaker it becomes, because the database that comprises that sample becomes lower and smaller and smaller.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've had other bad games defensively.
Yeah. No, but I still do you know what goes into the EPA? Have you ever read or found out what the formula is?
The exact formula? I mean, it's I mean, it has to do with how each play correlates with how points are scored for and against. I don't know the exact formula of that, but that's just factors in like how each play offensively
affects your scoring
points.
But but I'm saying how do you base, what assumption are you making about a 5-yard gain increasing your chances of scoring by 3%?
Depends. I mean,
what is the 3% based on?
Well, I mean, obviously it depends on where that happens. If it's a 5-yard gain, it's 1st and goal at the 10-yard line, you get a 5-yard gain. That means more for scoring. But then like obviously you're probably going to score anyway.
Yeah.
But like on third and 18, this is, and you can have something negative to say about any metrics.
Exactly.
Right. But if you here's the thing, like if you're a 3rd and 18. And you run for a 10-yard gain because you're just running a draw and the other team doesn't care. They just don't want you.
Which happens a lot.
Right.
You're trying to get a better position for punting and putting the opposition in for a field position.
Yeah, right. So if you're looking at yards per play, that's going to have a bigger factor in it compared to EPA. Now, EPA will be affected a little bit because, like you said, it's going to affect field position, but it's not going to be nearly as much of a factor because if you factor in a 10-yard run, like there might only be 25 runs in the game, and one of them is going to be that 10-yard run, which sticks out.
That's why yards per rush is, if a team is rushing 4.3 yards per rush and another team's averaging 5.3, it's because the team that's averaging 5.3 has had more instances of long runs than the team averaging 4.3.
Right, but what if that team that's averaging 5.3? What if they had like 3 of those garbage runs throughout the whole game, where they had like a 3rd and 18,
but
10
then
yards,
again,
12,
you are in.
Yeah.
But then again, now you are coming up with a subjective, although it may make sense, a subjective definition of garbage yards.
Well, I mean, I think it is. I mean, it has to be. Like if it's a 3rd and 18, of course you're going to allow a 10-yard run because you don't want them to get the first down.
Yeah, but even so, you're going to play a weaker pass defense and something if you're protecting a 20-point lead. That works that way too. I'm just saying that, all statistics include the good, the bad, and the ugly. Yards per rush includes the kneel downs and the 25-yard runs. Okay.
Yep.
And over the course of a long season, they're going to somewhat balance out. Okay. So the teams that have the better numbers do more things better than the teams that have the weaker numbers, regardless of the situation, because you're going to face all different situations over the course of a season. Okay. Right. And those numbers can be easily understood. But when you're saying, you don't know when garbage time, or if it's going to occur or when it's going to occur, and yet you're factoring it into a formula that may not be applicable in 40% of all games, 60% of all games. How many games are decided, by less than one score? Right, this year I think it's about 40%. Between 30 and 35%, I think it is. So that's the problem with a quote unquote contrived statistic, because it tries to separate things, but there's things that you cannot separate during the course of a game. I mean, you could say, okay, what does the average team do on 3rd and 3 with a 7-point or more lead? Okay, it's nice to know, but how meaningful is it? Because how many times are teams exactly in that situation? Yeah. And like I said, I love analytics because I've been using numbers all my life, and I love them. I love creating numbers, and I also, when I do create numbers or formulas, I understand the inherent flaws in those numbers, but they express something that is meaningful. But I understand also why sometimes you get some strange results. But I've always also maintained analytics should be a guide, not a gospel. They're nice to know, and the other thing I say is, yeah, analytics are good to explain why things that should work don't. Well, the analytics said you do this in this situation. Go for 2. That's great. You got to consider the teams that succeed in those situations.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
The Philadelphia Eagles, who comprise 90% of tush push, succeed 85% of the time. So therefore, when it's 4th and goal from within 1 yard, every team should try the tush push because it succeeds 85% of the time.
Yeah,
that's what analytics says.
I would personally, if I'm a coach, I just find a guy who can squat whatever Jalen Hurts can, and then just add him to the team, and he's the permanent tush pusher.
But the point is, analytics don't take into account, for the most part, you have to take into account individual teams, because individual teams have different strengths and different weaknesses. And so certain teams, it's like I also say, use an analytic in a certain situation. Okay, punting on 4th down from inside your own 30. Okay, Well, maybe it's 30% of the time, but you don't know. On this play, it's either going to be 0% or 100% successful. Just like certain teams are better in third down situations with certain plays. Okay, that on any given play, when you use an analytic, it's a percentage, but the result of that individual play is going to be either 0 or 100, and you've got to weigh the risk against the reward. And that's the criticism I have of Dan Campbell when he takes some of those gambles. Yeah, they're great if they work, but unless they work like 85, 90% of the time and not 60, 65% of the time, excuse me, what's the risk that it doesn't work? Well, if you go for it 4th and 5 from your own 25-yard line and it doesn't work, you're basically giving up at least a field goal. That's the risk. As opposed to you go for it 4th and 5 on your own 25-yard line, okay, and you make it because you gained 10 yards. Now you're on your own 35. It's 1st and 10. Still no assurance you're going to score and gain what do you need to get a field goal or a touchdown. However, the percentages of failing on 4th and 5 are a much greater likelihood you're going to give up at least a field goal as opposed to get a score starting 1st and 10 on your own 35. That's the risk and reward.
Right.
And sometimes the risk is so great because, well, I can understand taking risks later in the game where it's not your best option, but it's the better of the two options because it gives you a better chance to narrow the gap or something like that. But if you're doing that in the second quarter, you're giving up points that you might not otherwise give up that may come back and bite you later.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
There's one thing to being aggressive, but there's called responsible aggressiveness.
Yeah, for sure. There's nuance to it, of course.
Analytics in baseball are more useful to a certain extent. That's true, especially when you're talking about analytics about pitchers mixing up their pitches and things like that, lefty-righty combinations, because they occur, much more frequently in a game, where you've got 54 outs before the game is over. If the road team wins, for example, as opposed to 11, 12 drives per game per team, your chances of succeeding and failing are more important or more impactful in football than they are in baseball because you don't have as many chances in football to overcome your mistakes.
Yeah. Also, in baseball, there's no weird shaped ball that can bounce anywhere,
Well, that's part of it. Yeah,
you can predict. I feel like baseball is more predictive if you have the correct odds and percentages of each player.
Yeah, you don't have turnovers in baseball.
Exactly right.
I mean, you might call them. Everyone might call errors the closest thing because you're effectively giving additional outs. So that may be a turnover. Yeah.
Imagine like someone strikes out, so like they swing so badly, they're like, oh, it's time for the other team to hit randomly.
By the way, one of the biggest things that gets pissed me off about baseball and their statistics. I love statistics. Earned run average. It's somewhat meaningless these days, but it still has some area in the game. A guy has 2 outs and he gives up a hit. Or no, sorry, the next batter gets on an error. So now all runs scoring after that are unearned. He can give 8 more runs. They're all unearned because that error should have been the 3rd out. That's damn stupid, the pitcher. Your job is to get a guy out.
Right.
So the fact that you don't get the next 7 batters out should go against your earned run average. The batters earned that run even if it took a circumstance of an error allowing those chances to occur. They still occurred, those chances.
Do you like whip better than ERA, or what do you use?
I like whip to the extent that it's a more, I believe, accurate of a pitcher's effectiveness, especially because it figures walks in there. I was watching this thing. I was watching some YouTube, I think, last night, and it was Vince Scully had a talk show in the early 1970s, and was that? Oh no, I'm sorry. This was when Warner Wolf interviewed Mickey Mantle, Duke Snider, and Willie Mays at the same time. I think it was like one of the only interviews they did. They were talking about Don Drysdale, who was noted for being. He was like Bob Gill. He was noted for hitting batters. So I think it was something with I forget what it was with Mickey Mantle or something. And he and Drysdale apparently were good friends. And he went up Drysdale went up to Mickey before the game. He said, "Okay, Mickey, where on your body would you like to be hit today?" Okay, because he was saying, "I'm going to hit you," and Snyder comes out and says, Drysdale was also very effective because if Walt Alston or Tommy Lasorda, well, I think Lasorda managed a little bit while Drysdale was playing. Said because if they ordered an intentional walk, Drysdale would say, "Why waste 3 pitches? I'll hit him with the first one." The guy gets the first base.
That's awesome.
I just thought that was very clever. I like that kind of thinking.
Oh yeah. I agree. That's awesome.
That's certainly out of the box. In this case, out of the batter's box.
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyway,
I love that
getting back to Houston and Kansas City, I do like Houston in this game, and I can certainly see them winning because of what I was saying is this is not the same Kansas City team we've seen in the past, and yet a lot of people. And look, they might very well win this game 27-10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's certainly based on price memory here. The fact that the Chiefs are -3.5.
I mean, they do have the pedigree, they do have the experience. At the same time, Houston has an outstanding defense. They've also been to the playoffs the last 2 years, the 2 years with Stroud and the 2 years with D'Amico Ryan. They're only 2 years as quarterback and head coach, and they each won a playoff game.
No.
I mean, they won a playoff game each year. So it's not as though you're going with a team like, for example, in Indianapolis, who has no playoff experience, and I'm just using them as an example because they're not playoff savvy. Houston is playoff savvy, and they know the importance of this game because I think Houston, assuming Jacksonville and the Colts split and Houston beats Indianapolis for a second time, Houston, I think, as long as Jacksonville doesn't beat Houston twice, because I think Indy twice, Houston, I think, controls their own destiny. Right now, Houston is 4-1 in the AFC South, and everybody else, I think, is 2-1, I believe.
Yeah,
okay. That's really weird how that schedule set out. Houston plays 5 of their 6 divisional games much earlier in the season, and the others play, I think, 2 or 3 of them in the last month of the season.
No, the opposite of what you suggested.
Yes.
It's weird that they thought that. So, all right. So let's move on to the final.
Are you agreed on Houston?
Oh yeah.
Is it a lean or?
No, it's a big play. I was gonna ask you how big of a play this is for you. Is it one of your?
It's one of the bigger ones. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Okay. Eagles and Chargers is the last game. Monday Night Football. The Eagles are favored by 3 or 2.5, depending on where you look. So I thought this was a tough handicap for me. I don't know if you had a big play on this game or maybe a lean, but
a solid opinion on this one.
Okay. Interesting. So I think you can make an argument for both teams here. For the Eagles,
who can you make the better argument for?
Honestly, I don't know. I went back and forth on this one. I don't know. For the Eagles, if they are going to be a good team, then they're going to bounce back. I know that they didn't bounce back for the Dallas game, but they lost 2 in a row earlier, and then they went on a 4-game winning streak, kind of like the Bills.
Yeah, they've been a very weird season. 4-0, then 0-2, 4-0, then 0-2.
Yeah, very strange. So I could see the Eagles bouncing back after being embarrassed by the Chicago at home. They're booed constantly throughout the whole game.
Are they capable of it though?
That's the question. That's
Hurts. I mean, is not having anywhere. It's not like the year the receivers aren't doing, and Barkley certainly. I mean, at what point do you say there's something wrong going on here? Because we've had. Well, I'll talk about it when I give some numbers on this game. That 12 games into, you're 3/4 basically of the way through the season, and you're no better at this point than you were in September, even throwing out that week 1 game.
Yeah, we had a glimpse of it when they played the Giants the second time, and Barkley had that 65-yard run. I thought, okay, they're going to get going here, and they didn't.
And yet that's turned out to be the oddity against a relatively weak team who's had trouble against the rush all year. That has not yet really been duplicated.
Right, exactly. So I don't know if the Eagles can bounce back. If they are going to make a run, then they will bounce back, I think. But if they have another disappointing performance, I think we could say this team is just going to be a one and done in the playoffs potentially. Maybe they'll win 1 game and
depends
then
who they would play.
Round. Right, exactly.
Because in all likelihood they're going to host a first round game. Now, whether they do it as the number 3 or number 4 seed depends upon probably Tampa Bay, Carolina, and they have a lead over both of those teams.
Yeah, and they beat.
And they have a win over Tampa Bay.
Right. So yeah, they would have the tiebreaker. Sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, they play the 6th seed. I don't even know this. What would it be? Chicago maybe, or I guess Chicago's.
Well, right now Chicago's number 1. Currently,
right,
the number 6 seed is in the NFC. The number 6 seed.
Is it Seattle?
Would be. Let's see, 2 versus 6, 3 versus. Where do we have the Eagles seated? Third.
Third, yeah.
So they would play Green Bay.
Oh, Green Bay. Okay.
Green Bay is the number 2 wild card, which is the number 6 seed overall.
Okay, so it's the Chicago's Green Bay loser is going to be the 6th seed probably. So, yeah, I mean, look, the Eagles already beat Green Bay, so they can do it again.
If you call that a win, that was the one that no, Detroit was the one that they messed up against. That Detroit messed up.
Right. So
Green Bay was all what was the score of that game? That was a low scoring game, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Was it 10-7? It was.
Wasn't that the week? Was that the week where the Denver beat 10-7 to start the week?
10-7.
Was the Green Bay Philly game that ended week 10-7, the Monday night?
10-7. I bet Eagles team total under 12.5 at halftime, and
I bet myself under 3.5 naps, and I won.
Wow, I would love to go over, but these days it's kind of hard with the kids. I laid, I go to bed late and I wake up early, so I don't get much sleep. So like last night, I went to bed. As soon as I laid down, I heard my door open, and my son comes in, and he's like, "Daddy, I can't sleep." I'm like, "Okay." And so
neither can I now.
No, right, exactly. So yeah, I didn't.
Welcome to the club.
Right, I didn't fall asleep till like 7 a.m. when my son finally went downstairs. So,
he stayed up with you?
Yeah, for 45 minutes he was asking me questions.
Okay.
He was asking
okay. So he did not fall asleep up there.
No. He's a guy. We I don't know if you ever heard of the game Resident Evil. It's a zombie game. It's a zombie survival game. We've been playing it. I've been playing it. He's been watching me, and like he always asks questions. He's like, "Where's Tyrant? Tyrant's the main zombie boss." He's like, "Where?" He's like, where's the witch in the game? Where's the zombie shark in the game?" And he's like,
it's nice that he's so inquisitive at that age.
Oh yeah.
It really is.
Yeah. He has.
That's a good sign.
Yeah. He loves that game.
It's better than asking why SpongeBob isn't on today.
That's true. Yeah. Oh, he has questions about the moon and stuff. He's like,
he can read, can't he? He can read at that age.
No, at 3. No, I mean he can see. He knows letters.
4, okay. Yeah.
No, he's gonna be 4 on New Year's Eve. He knows. He can see. He knows letters. Like I'll be like, "What's that letter? What's that number?" He'll know it, but he can't put full words together yet. But he's getting close, I think.
He also knows numbers like -4 plus 6.5.
No, he doesn't know minus yet. So I have to teach him that. It's very important. But no, he can add. Like he's like, "Daddy, is 3 plus 4 7?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's pretty good." Yeah. So and then
if he were a dog, you could give him a treat.
I guess so. I don't know. I mean, it's cool. You
don't have a dog, do you?
I have a dog. She's right here. She actually wants to go out. She's like,
I was going to say, do you teach her how to talk?
No, my wife was not.
Because I was going to say at Christmas time, you might teach her to say ho ho ho, for Christmas instead of woof woof woof. Oh, look at that.
There she is. Yeah, Raven.
Oh, look at that. Raven.
Raven. Yeah.
Oh.
She wants to.
Did it used to be Colt?
Colt. Actually, it used to be Hayden. We adopted her. It was Hayden. My wife didn't like the name, and so she's like, "But what sounds like Hayden?" And I was like, "Well, she's
Maiden.
She's mostly black." So I went with Raven. So
okay, Maiden.
Yeah. Maiden. I don't know. My wife would have went for
she.
that.
Well, it's she though. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. She probably like to know that she's a maiden and has not yet been.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. We did have a male dog as well, but he's
not at the same time.
No, at the same time. Yeah.
Oh, at the same time. Okay. Did they get along?
Yeah, for the most part, they almost never fought. Yeah, they were good friends.
Did they ever spend the night in a sleepover?
I don't know.
Did they have separate little cubby holes?
Well, their crates are right there across, right next to each other. But they were most. We seldom crate them. It's only if people come over. So, no, it's we unfortunately had to put our the other dog down in May.
How old was he?
He was 10. He's 10, almost 11.
Yeah. What breed?
He was he was a boxer mix.
What did he weigh? Was he a big dog?
Yeah, he was like 85. Yeah, 85 pounds.
Okay.
Is a bigger dog.
Big dogs usually have shorter lifespans, don't they?
Yeah. She's like 70 pounds, so she's bigger, but not as big.
And what's her breed?
We don't know. She's a bunch of stuff.
That's right. You adopted her, so.
Yeah. We adopted. She was like 1.5 when we adopted her. She was.
How old is she now?
We adopted her when she was 1.5, and this was right before COVID, 2019. So
okay.
She's probably 7.5.
7 to 8, yeah.
Yeah, probably around there. So, yeah, I mean, she runs around like crazy as if she's a puppy. So she's.
Does she have her Eagles blanket?
Actually, we have a football blanket with every single logo on it. I don't know where it is. Right now it's not there, but I guess it's being washed. Yeah, we had that as well. So that's fun. Anyway,
getting back to the Eagles Chargers.
As far as this last game, so I think the case for the Eagles is that they could bounce back off that embarrassing loss. They could, maybe they necessarily won't. They will have their fans here for sure. The Eagles fans travel. Chargers don't have that many fans, so the Eagles will have that advantage. And the Chargers can't block because they have their 2 missing tackles. Now they could block against the Raiders, but the Raiders don't generate pressure outside of Crosby. So I think the Eagles could win this game for sure. But on the other hand, I don't trust the Eagles to win by margin necessarily. It's 3-point favorites on the road. Also, the Chargers will have circadian rhythms on their side, which is really good for teams. I think home underdogs in the circadian rhythms.
Have you charted? Speaking of circadian, have you charted? I know you do. West Coast teams going east. How about East Coast teams going west and playing a late game?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So the circadian rhythm iterations where there's a home dog. They're actually 7-3 against the spread.
Home dog out west. Now is that this year or
in total, dating back all the way to 1989?
Only 10 occurrences
against East Coast teams. Yeah, I thought that number is low.
That's very odd.
It is odd.
7-3. Yeah.
So usually, it's like a West Coast team playing.
Now is that a night game?
It's okay. Sorry.
Or a late afternoon game.
It's only Monday Night Football.
That's still
yeah.
That's it. That's 35 years ago. That's one play every 3.5 seasons.
Yeah, it's a home. Remember, home dog, not home favorite.
No, I'm saying home dog. That's still 10 plays in 35 years is or 36 years, but whatever, the same thing. Basically, one play every 3.5 seasons.
Yeah, it's because usually they'll play.
Now, do you have a listing of those games?
I did. I didn't save them, so I'd have to research. I'd have to bring.
Okay, no. The reason I'm asking is, even though it's only 10, how many have been like in the last 5 years? Maybe nobody.
There was one last year. The East Coast team won. It was the Ravens winning at the Chargers.
So that was one of the three losses.
Yeah, that was one. Right, that was one of the 3 losses. This doesn't occur often, but I mean, it makes sense for these East Coast teams are it's when they go to bed, like where they're playing late.
Yeah.
So it's tough for them. So it's a big advantage for the Chargers here.
It's an advantage for the Chargers. I don't know how big it is. If it's only 7-3 over 35 years. No,
yeah.
Often when I deal with numbers like that are relatively small, I say, okay, what happens if one game was reversed? So instead of 7-3, it was 6-4. That would be totally insignificant. 8-2. Well, I don't. I try to draw it back where one of the extreme results was taken away. So instead of 7 wins, it'd be 6, which would mean there would be 4 instead of 3 losses. Now if it were 70-30, or 35-15, I'd be a little bit more. I'd give it a little bit more weight, a little bit more consideration.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, the home favorites have done well also in these situations. So I don't have that exact number.
Oh, okay.
I don't have that exact number, but it is like it covers like 60 to 65% of the time. So like
yeah, because we're not really concerned as much with favorite and dog as opposed to road and home.
Well, the reason I looked at dogs is because
that's where the rhythm comes in.
Right. What I thought was I knew home favorites did well here because
I mean, by the way, it's nice to know both, but
right.
The key is whether it's home or road. Not more so than favorite or dog.
It's only home. It's only home here. So
yeah.
The reason I looked up home dogs is because I knew home favorites did well because I looked that up for the 49ers Panthers game.
Okay.
And so I'm like, okay, is home dog worse? Because if a team is not good, maybe they don't have this sort of advantage. You know, it's like kind of like the trope with the Broncos. Like, yeah, great home field advantage, but if they suck, there's no advantage, right? So.
Well, by the way, same thing with Seattle though. They have a negative home field advantage when you consider their outstanding road record.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone talks about their great advantage.
Right.
Now, maybe you consider it a great advantage, but not nearly as great as their play on the road.
Right. So anyway, so it is a positive. It's a positive for any of these home situations. So that would be the edge for the Chargers. Also, the Eagles have issues in the offensive line too because Lane Johnson's not there.
Yeah.
So I was kind of stuck in this game. I think I sided with the Eagles, but I really could go either way here if I think more about this game. What do you think? Because you have a bigger, I
have a stronger opinion here. And I will read part of it.
Okay.
Now you could probably figure it out as I read this.
Okay.
Chargers continue to win despite offensive line injuries, although last week's 31-14 win over Las Vegas completed a season sweep of one of the NFL's weakest teams. So how much is that worth? But a win is a win, and it was a nice win. It was a comfortable win. Mm-hmm. Here they face an Eagles team that continues to struggle in finding offensive consistency, which has put added pressure on a somewhat retooled defense from last season. Both teams are 8-4. The Chargers started 3-0 and are 5-1 since. Philly started 4-0, then has gone 0-2, 4-0, and 0-2. Remarkably, at 8-4, Philadelphia has been outgained in all but 2 games this season. Even on a yards per play basis, the Eagles are just 6-6. Hardly what you would think of a team that is 8-4 straight up, kind of like the Bears, but I think their numbers are better than the Eagles. Mm-hmm. Contrast that to the Chargers, who have outgained have outgained 10 of their 12 foes on a total yards basis and 8 of the 12 foes on a yards per play basis. So their record in yards per play edges is equal to their win-loss record. They're even better when you look at it in total yards situation. Charger quarterback Herbert is day-to-day after Monday surgery on his non-throwing hand that was fractured in the win over the Raiders. There's been little to no line movement since the line opened at Philly -2.5 to -3 Sunday afternoon. Perhaps that shows confidence either that Herbert will play and or that backup Lance, with limited experience in his 4-season career, can fill in adequately. The Chargers defense is a strength. Coach Harbaugh is considered one of the NFL's best. Going in opposite directions, I have to side with the Chargers.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I could definitely buy that argument. So
I just cannot. It's funny because I mentioned before, Philadelphia, Kansas. I can't trust either team right now.
I don't trust either team. Well, I mean, yeah, I was assuming this game too. I can't trust either team here either.
I can trust the Chargers because of Harbaugh and because of the fact that they do have a defense that has played consistently well most of the season.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
you can always point to games where they didn't, but for the most part, they played well. Philadelphia's defense has been a little bit erratic. I have not looked at this for the first and second half. I deliberately left this till we did our show tonight because I didn't want to be influenced beforehand, and I'm sort of like seeing this stuff for the first time. Actually, Philadelphia has done decently offensively and so defensively. They are running for 27 yards per game more than they did in the first half, but that's only 122, which is, I think, right about the league average versus 90 95 yards before, and their passing has improved by 34 yards, 179 to 213. Simply, they are allowing 10 yards less per run than they were earlier. Those are nice numbers, and they are allowing 20 yards more passing. So offensively, they're down 34 yards. Defensively, wait a minute, I'm looking at the wrong team here. Hold on. 34, okay, 10 and 20, okay. Offensively, they are up 61 yards and down 10 yards. About the same offensively rushing, just a 3-yard difference. They are down 31 yards in passing, and again, that's a lot to do with Herbert and the offensive line issues that he's had more issues with, I think, over the second half of the season than the first half. Defensively, they've improved by 30 yards against the rush, going from allowing 124 to 90, and they've improved by 19 yards against the pass. So overall, they are down 28 yards offensively, but up 53 yards defensively. So their defense has been consistent all season and has actually improved. Let me see on the traditional numbers. The Chargers are number 10 in offense, number 3 in total defense, 18th in points scored, 11th in points allowed. Philadelphia is a little bit different. Yards per game, because they've been outgained in 10 of their 12 games. They're 24th in offense and 29th in defense, but they make that up in efficiency, 19th in points scored and 9th in points allowed. So the point ratings between these two teams, 18 versus 19 on offense, 9 against 11 on defense. As far as points are concerned, they're relatively even. Okay. As far as yards gained, Chargers have been better on both offense and defense, and it's surprising that the margin. And again, this is a simplistic number, but it's easy to understand. You're not manipulating it or doing anything to it. You're just reporting on total yards, which, by the way, is not one of the factors that I like to use, other than just to justify where other people may be getting information. Because when you talk about in offense, the numbers that the NFL and the media gives generally are total yards per game.
Right.
Okay, and I'm going to get to yards per play in a moment because I think that's more significant. But I'm surprised that Philadelphia is so low in offense at number 24, and especially so low on defense at number 25. Now, when you get to the yards per play comparisons, the Chargers have a slight edge, 5.4 versus 5.3, which is the league average. So that's 14th versus 19th. And the Chargers have a little bit bigger edge, not much, against on defense. 5.0 allowed versus 5.3. Again, the league average. And, with rounding and everything, Eagles are minus 0.1 and the Chargers are plus 0.4. Yards per rush, the Chargers half a yard better on offense. The Eagles 0.1 yard better on defense. Yards per pass completion. Again, I don't use pass attempts because it's meaningless to me. The Eagles 0.2 yards better on yards per pass completion. But the Chargers 1.4 yards better defensively on pass completions allowed. Which, again, the simplistic answer is that they don't give up as many big plays, or the yards that they give up on individual plays are less than what the Eagles have given up.
Right.
All of which suggests statistically Eagles should not be this big of a favorite, if at all.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely make that argument.
Let's just check one other thing on a year-to-date basis, and that is the turnover margin. Philadelphia is +5. Chargers are -1. Herbert is not having as error-free a year this year as he did last year.
Yeah, I do worry about the finger injury. I know that he was fine coming back, but that he was always in shotgun and he was playing against a much worse defense than he'll face here. So
and that's why I'm surprised we've not seen really any significant line movement with the potential. When this line came out, I think it came out before. Well, it came out at basically 3 or 3.5, or maybe it was 2.5 Philadelphia. It quickly went up to 3, and maybe that was the only adjustment because I've seen mostly 3s. Occasional 3.5 will pop up and it goes back down to 3. But when you're talking about going from Herbert potentially to Trey Lance, who did look good for them in preseason, but a lot of quarterbacks look really good in preseason.
Nathan Peterman. Yep.
Yeah. But I'm surprised that there hasn't been more support for Philadelphia, given the potential edge that they would have at quarterback over Lance. And, well, I guess you'd still have to say, if he goes and he's cleared to play, that you'd have to say Herbert has the edge over Hurts.
Yeah, I mean, Hurts is not running this year.
Yeah, he's not running as much. That would normally be a big advantage for Hurts.
Yeah, it's very strange.
Although he has picked his moments, and he had some nice runs last week against, I think, the Bears, a couple of them.
Yeah, he's still. I mean, he's running averaging 20 yards fewer per game on the ground. So
but that's also because of much fewer attempts.
Yeah, I wonder about that.
That's the one. By the way, that's the one thing that I would like to see separated out for quarterbacks. Take out kneel downs.
Oh yeah.
Or show it separately. In other words, true rushing attempts or forced rushes because of defensive pressure and yards versus deliberate kneel downs. And usually it's a 1 or 2 yard loss. But if a quarterback does that 3 times a game, or let's say I'll say he does it in one half or at the end of the game in most games, so it evens out. So let's say he does it 30 times or 35 times. That adds up to 70 yards. That could affect his yards per rush, from 5.2 to 4.1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they should disregard the kneel down,
because that's a much better. And I think a guy who it would affect significantly, a guy like Josh Allen, Mahomes, designed or forced runs versus end of half, end of game kneel downs.
Yeah.
And maybe someone does keep track of that. I would have to think somewhere on the web. Maybe I'll do a Google search on it.
Hopefully,
where's the separation between quarterback kneel downs and true quarterback rushes?
Well, hopefully hopefully they don't. You're not. They're not apologizing to you for finding the wrong data. So.
Like Google, yeah.
yeah.
Well, that was going to be my first question.
Right.
To Google.
You have to trust it. So, all right. Anything else before we head out? We're almost 4 hours. My dog.
We are again. Yeah, that's true. I got to go have some apple juice or something.
I think my dog.
My watermelon chunks. I've
Nice.
been saving that for a late, almost midnight snack now.
I always love that.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think. So you are undecided on that game, or?
Yeah, I'm on the side on this one. I think you can make a case for either team. I don't know.
I'm definitely with the Chargers.
Okay. It's great. Once again, doing great.
In fact, I'll be sending out the newsletter to you after we're done here. I do have one of my money line plays this week: the Jets, Indianapolis, Houston, and the Chargers.
Jets.
And again, I'm a little bit more lukewarm on Indianapolis now than I was earlier.
Okay. Well, we definitely agree on the Jets and Houston. So the other one, one of them undecided, and then the
Rams.
other one
I think we agreed on.
Rams we agreed on. Yeah. I mean those are
Seattle. I think we somewhat disagreed on, although you were uncertain about taking the 7 with Atlanta. I know you didn't want any part of Seattle.
I said earlier in the week if Darnold was missing practices or limited practices with his toe, I thought, okay, I'd be on Atlanta. But again, he didn't show up in the practice report. So that's a negative that doesn't exist anymore.
Herbert didn't show up, and I didn't see him in the injuries listed. Did he show up in the practice report?
Well, they didn't practice today, so we'll see tomorrow because they play Monday night, So
that's right, yeah.
Yeah, so we don't have access to that information yet, but it'll be. I'm eager to see what how they list them throughout the week. So,
we got 2 more days till Friday night, and
yeah. All right. So, do you want to talk about the logicalapproach.com?
There's not much new up there to really say. I'm not really doing much in the way of getting signing people up for the rest of the season. Although I could probably put something in there, but hopefully, let's see. I'm still wide awake tonight, and I'll be even more awake after the watermelon. So I'll probably get a chance finally. I'd like to do it. I like to try and do it on Tuesdays, but I haven't been very good at it the last few weeks. Put the my power ratings up and my matchup, my spreadsheet. And in fact, at the power ratings, let me just see where they are. Let's see if you still want to poo-poo my Seattle rating. I think I still have the Rams #1, but the gap has closed. I have the Rams 1.19 better than Seattle. I have Houston, and a lot of it has to do with their strength of schedule. I have Houston 3 and Indianapolis 4.
Okay. Wow.
And that's 4. Because, again, the strength of the schedule and their success. I mean, you take a look. By the way, here's another negative about Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to compare it. Philadelphia is 8-4, point differential plus 21.
Yeah.
Okay. The Chargers 8-4, and their differential plus 25. Not much better.
Yeah. And both teams have severe issues.
Yeah. Interestingly, let me see what division it is here. In the AFC North, Baltimore, point differential. Baltimore -4, Pittsburgh -8, Cincinnati -94, Cleveland -76. Every team in that division has been outscored. Let me see. Yeah, let me see what it is in some of these other divisions.
Although, in fairness to Baltimore, they've had some very ugly losses when all their starters are out.
Well, offense should be with that offense. They should be able to overcome that. At least. Again, it's only -4, so not the worst thing.
Yeah, they'll probably be positive.
NFC North.
Yeah.
Okay, no, it's the NFC South. I think that's even worse than the AFC North.
Mm-hmm.
Tampa Bay 7-5, -22. Carolina 7-6, -50. Atlanta 4-8, -33. So they're better than Carolina, not as good as Tampa Bay. They're not as bad as Carolina, not as less bad as Tampa Bay.
Right.
And then New Orleans literally cleaning it up at -113 with their 2-10 record. I can't recall. Okay, Google, get ready for another bizarre question. Has there ever been a season?
I'm ready. No matter how bizarre the question is, I'm here to help.
Okay, Google, in the NFL in the last 20 years, has there ever, since 2002, has there ever been a division where at the end of the season, all 4 teams in the division have been outscored by their opponents?
Yes, it has happened. The 2010 NFC West is one example where all 4 teams finished the regular season with a negative point differential.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Google, thank you. I am impressed.
I can provide the final point differentials for that division if you're interested.
Okay, Google, maybe a little later. I have to go to sleep.
After the watermelon chunks.
Sleep well. Let me know if you have any other questions when you wake up.
It is much better at the sidebar comments than it is at providing accurate answers.
Yeah, it's nice. At least it's not hostile.
Yeah,
that's great. Yeah, you need the watermelon chunks first.
I wonder if I said something like, "Google, go fuck yourself." See, I didn't say the first part of it, so look at that.
Yeah.
I say, you're being very hostile, and you're describing an intimate physical act that I cannot participate in. And from the looks of it, from the words you use, you probably can't either. That's a high with personality.
Oh man,
and a grudge.
Right. It's just mean.
For how many people are still being tolerated or amused at this point?
We have 19 people watching on YouTube. We have 1 watching on Twitch, and again, Twitter. You never know. It says we've had 286 people in and out.
Well, I will apologize to those who are still with us. I know I am denying you pleasurable time, even if it's only twiddling your thumbs with my antics here.
Yeah, well, I mean, they are watching, so yeah. Anyway,
well, they have the screen on.
Right.
Doesn't mean they're not sleeping in front of it.
That's true. New Kevin says football is boring. Talk about Pokemon.
Well, you see, I'm trying to rival what you and Tom do on Fridays, where football
well,
is just sort of like a little sidelight.
right. Yeah, Tom
We
and
talk
I
about
will go
faxing, fax
yeah,
machines,
fax machines. He wanted to talk about mirrors too.
fast food, what mirrors?
He wanted he before we start doing the show, he's like what do you think about mirrors? And I'm like, I actually gave him a deep quote about
Mirrors.
yeah, as in
Oh,
the
okay.
reflection thing.
Talking about Rick Mears, the NASCAR driver.
I know and I gave him like a deep quote about mirrors, and then he never brought it up. I was like, I don't know why he talked about it, but
he wasn't following show prep.
Exactly. How dare he?
You were talking about fast foods. Weren't you talking about like McDonald's or something?
Yeah, it feels like we always talk about how restaurants have declined and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They've all gotten worse, and
I've always mentioned, I think, how McDonald's can ever do away with McRibs. It's like it's the most popular dish every year.
I guess it's just not profitable or very not.
Well, they bring it back
profitable.
from time to time.
Yeah.
So,
I guess maybe it's to get people in. I don't know. It's strange though. Everyone loves it. Or something I love personally was all day breakfast, because I love egg McMuffins. I love egg McMuffins so much, but I'm never up before 10:30 or 11. And they changed the breakfast limit from 11 to 10:30, which is like I can at least
11 a.m. to 10:30 p.m.
Yeah,
or it used to start at 11. Now it used to end at 11. Now it ends at 10:30.
Yeah. It went from ending at 11 to 10:30, and that's terrible for me because I go to sleep at 6. So
go to sleep at 5:30.
Yeah, I can't though. I just can't, because my wife, here's the thing, like I can't go to sleep before 6 because my wife she has her alarm on at 5, and she hits snooze every 5 minutes. And so if I go to bed, I'll just get awakened.
You'd be waking up every 5 minutes.
Right. It's just no point. There's no point in going to bed. So until 6. So kind of trapped in here. Ideally I'd go to bed.
Do you get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom or anything?
Sometimes.
In the middle of your night. I mean,
like 9 a.m. Yeah. Sometimes. Like,
I was gonna say, if it was earlier, and if it was like while your wife was still asleep before that time, you could go sleep on the couch so you don't get woken up every 5 minutes, and then you go to McDonald's for breakfast.
Right. Sometimes I do fall asleep on the couch. Like I'll be working, like, because I don't want to be sitting in this chair forever. Yeah. So I go on the couch and I start working. Sometimes I just nod off, and then I just wake up like, oh my god, like it's an hour later. What happened?
Hopefully that's when you actually go to bed.
No, I keep working. Actually, actually I took a 20-minute nap before the show tonight. That's actually why I sent you the link.
That's why we're a few minutes late.
Yeah, we're 3 minutes late. Yeah, I was so tired. I was reading to my son, and like we're reading Alice in Wonderland, and I was so tired. I started saying nonsense. I'm like, yeah, Alice followed the rabbit down the rabbit hole, and she got turned into a zombie, and just because it was in my head. And my son's like, Alice got turned into a zombie. I'm like,
he's paying attention.
No, you're right. He is. I'm falling asleep reading the book. Yeah. I'm like, no. I'm like, no. I was like, I'm just kidding. So this happened like 3 times. I knew like when that stuff happens and I have to do a show, I know I need like 20 minutes was great for me. I'm so energized right now. Like the 20-minute cat nap was awesome. It was just exactly what I needed. Otherwise I would have been dragging. Yeah, I would have been dragging like during the show. It would have been bad.
I take a little nap every day, just I'll just put like the TV on to have some sound or some music or something, and 15 minutes later I'm up and I have all my energy back, and cleared my mind so that if I was stuck on something, I'm no longer stuck on it. I've probably forgotten about it, and all of a sudden I'll be thinking about something else. I won't be thinking about that, and the answer that I was looking for pops in the head.
It's like Kramer. I don't know if you watch Seinfeld. Kramer used
sure.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the episode where he would just take 6 20-minute naps all day and that he wouldn't sleep.
Yeah.
And obviously ended up backfiring. I don't know.
That was a great show. The characters were just perfect.
Yeah, Curb Your Enthusiasm's great too. Did you ever watch that one?
Oh yeah, I've got the box set of every season.
Nice. Yeah, I love
the ant.
Yeah, I love that. I love Larry David. That's so good.
He's very clever. He's he was the one who collaborated with Seinfeld.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Do you always read to your kid? Yes. Before bed. So I take my son to bed. He's almost 4. I go, okay, pick 3 books. This is your here book, your here, half in bed book, and your in bed book. So we read one book sitting next to his bed.
Wait,
And
say that again. What are the 3? What are the 3 locations?
your here book, as in we're sitting on the floor next to his bed.
Right.
Your half here, half in bed books. So we start half here, and then he goes into his bed halfway through, and I keep reading. And then you're in bed book, where he's in bed, and I'm reading to him. He actually fell asleep while I was reading him the in bed book tonight, which
was that the purpose?
Yeah, because he falls asleep sometimes when he's in bed. The how
Now,
to
does
catch
he pick that book out the next night because he didn't get to hear the whole thing?
I don't know. So it's
Not
what
necessarily.
he has so many books in his room. It's sporadic. So yeah, it was the in bed book tonight was How to Catch a Gingerbread Man. But the here book was Alice in Wonderland. So we read that one through. So yeah, he's got so many. Sometimes he's these science books he reads. They're like, yeah, he loves them. There's like different ones, like explaining the planets and the moon and the sun. One of them explains the weather.
Now, does the book that you have Pluto as a planet or not a planet?
They have it as a planet. It's an older book.
It's
like
book,
80s.
okay.
It's like 80s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They're old. Actually, they have one of the book is like modes of transportations and stuff like that. And one of them is like one of the pages says, how can you make a call from inside the car? And it's like sometimes cars have car phones that you can use to call inside a car, so you don't have to be home to make a call. I'm like, this is
way before cell phones.
Yeah, this is severely outdated right now. You know what I mean?
Where's Dr. Seuss when we need him?
We have some Dr. Seuss. So I was like,
the cat in the hat. The cat in the hat got fat from a rat. You can write a book like that now.
Yeah, tonight where I was reading my daughter.
And that's
I was reading How the Grinch Stole Christmas to my daughter tonight, and my son has the Lorax in his room, which I that's probably my favorite one. It was great. So,
do they understand Santa Claus?
Oh yeah. Even last year, my daughter, who was now she's 2.5. She was 1.5 last year during Christmas, and she's like Santa.
Now, do you put up a tree and decorations and all that?
Yeah. My wife did all the work. She starts the credit. Yeah, we have a big tree, and we have lights and everything. And we have everything. So,
does Raven get a gift?
Yeah. We actually, her birthday is in 6 days. So well, no, sorry, not her birthday. The day we got her,
her adoption day.
Yeah, because we don't actually know her birthday. So
you don't even know her. Do you know her? You probably don't know her age. I probably just vet's guess.
Yeah, they guessed 1.5 when we got her. So
okay,
give or take 6 months probably.
How much did she weigh when you got her?
Probably 50 pounds. She was really malnourished.
Oh wow.
She was really malnourished. She was
some good friends of mine adopted a dog also who had been badly abused.
Yeah, she was abused. She was kept in a garage her whole life.
It's taken a long time for her to finally display a personality. She still gets, shaky at times.
Yeah, so does
it took her a long time to get comfortable riding in a car, because riding in a car brought back apparently memories of being returned by potential owners to the place.
That's terrible. Yeah, it's always sad when you.
She's such a kind, well-behaved dog. I think they got her. She was like maybe 2.5 years old.
Yeah,
it was about 3 years ago now.
Yeah. Speaking of which, she's circling around me, wanting to go. Raven, come up here again. Say hi.
Want to go for a walk?
Yeah, she wants to go for a walk. Raven, come up. She's not coming up.
She wants her 3 a.m. walk.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see her here. Raven, come up. Yeah, so sometimes she wants to go out, so she knocks over some stuff here. Anyway, yeah, I got to take her. She really wants to go outside.
Yeah, let me let you go. This has been a fun time. I think I'll be listening to at least a good part of your show tomorrow night. I'm watching the Detroit-Dallas game over at a sportsbook with a friend.
Okay.
And but you usually don't start for 30 to 45 minutes after the game ends, right?
Yeah, it's about half hour. Yeah.
And I'm only about 5 minutes away from the sports book, so
Okay.
I'll be back by then, and see where I place my tickets and all that. And
Okay. All right.
get
Well,
ready to go.
Andy, always great to do the show with you. Everyone else, thank you for watching. Please hit like, subscribe, comment below, share this video. Visit the link in the description for the merch store, and thank you to Anthony Jackson for the $5 and $2 super chats. Thank you so much, Anthony. We'll be back tomorrow about a half hour after the Thursday night game, so with Evan. So look forward to that. Everyone have a great night, and I'll talk to you later.